Good evening and welcome to the October 18th meeting of the Portsmouth Board of Adjustment. So we have to welcome a new member, Mr. Jeffrey Matson, down at the end. He's here as an alternate. We'll be putting him to work early tonight since we're short a member. And we'll say goodbye to our former member, Arthur Parrott, who has left us. So the first item on the agenda is the approval of the minutes.
Can't hear him.
Okay. How's that? All right. So the first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the previous month's meeting. Is there anybody that has any corrections or addition to those minutes?
Jim, I have, Mr. Chairman, I have or Vice Chairman, sorry.
I can be Jim.
Okay, Jim. I do have one or two minor corrections. On page 5, the second or the first full sentence, it reads, he noted that if there were any health issues, the community fields will be closed. Oh, no, never mind. That's not a correction. I misread it. I withdraw my comment. On page 9, at the end of the second to last paragraph, Mr. Rossi asked if the deck provided an additional view from her 4 windows that wasn't already there. Ms. Tapscott agreed. Was Ms. Tapscott the applicant or was she the neighbor?
She's in a butter.
She's the abutter. Yeah. So I don't think that sentence is correct, because what I was trying to say is that I was trying to ask whether or not the deck provided an additional view that wasn't already there from the applicant's windows. And this makes it read like it was from the abutter's window. That's all I had.
All right. Anyone else?
Hi. Yes, Mr. Chair. So on page 11 of the September 27th meeting minutes, the second sentence of the second paragraph, de minimis is misspelled. It's DE space MINIMUS.
All right. All right. So is that all for corrections or additions? So we'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes as amended from someone.
So moved.
I'll see a second.
I'll second.
And a second. So all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. It's approved. So we're going to take, with your permission, we're going to take one piece of business out of order. 60. Okay. The application for 67 Ridges Court has asked to postpone till the following month. So if everybody's in agreement, we need a motion to do that or some discussion.
I move to postpone the application until next month's meeting.
Second. Second. All right. Thank you, Mr. Mann. Do we need to take a roll call for that, or?
If she wants to add anything to her motion.
Okay, like what?
No, I mean, I think the request to postpone is reasonable in light of last minute submissions. So that's it.
All right. Thank you. So do we just do an aye? Do we need a roll call?
You can do a consent.
Okay, let's just do, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
And opposed? Well, the ayes have it. So 67 Ridges Court is postponed until the following month. So the first order of business tonight under old business is the request of Kathleen, and if I butcher your name too badly, please correct me, Opria and John Schroeder, owners for property located at 1344 and 1346 Islington Street, whereas relief is needed to construct a new deck and add detached garage, which requires the following. Variances from section 10.521 to allow a 28-foot rear yard for the deck where 30 feet is required, a 2-foot left side yard where 10 is required for the garage, and C, a variance from section 10.521 to allow 30% building coverage where 20% is the maximum allowed. Said property is located on Assessor Map 233, Lot 98, and lies within the Single Residence B SRB District LU-22-160. So who is here to speak to that motion, that application?
Good evening. My name is Kathleen Opria.
I did want to make one correction to the relief granted. We are now asking for a 4-foot setback for the side yard, whereas 10 foot is required, and a 29% lot coverage variance. Because our revised garage plan, as you will see, has made the garage narrower by 2 feet. So if we can begin with slide 2 and perhaps make that a bit larger, or page 2. You will see that the highlighted houses on this map here are all of those with non-conforming lot setbacks in our neighborhood. And we show this only to indicate that what we are proposing is within the character of the neighborhood. And I will go into more detail here as to how the 5 criteria of the variance are met as we go along. But please do take a look at that and just note that there are multiple houses with either outbuildings or garages or the main house, which are very close to the side of the lot line, including our rear abutting neighbor. Okay, if you can scroll down. So our proposed garage plan is now an 18-foot by 22-foot garage, which will be a 4-foot setback from abutting side neighbor's lot. And we have added gravel and dry wells on both sides of the garage to address drainage issues which had been brought up at the prior meeting. You could please go to the next slide. The first criteria, that this variance is not contrary to the public interest. And this was demonstrated first by the map, which I have shown, that the character of the neighborhood is where most houses of our size and having the number of residents, which our house would have if it was used as a duplex, have garages. Furthermore, there is no street parking on Islington Street. So all parking must take place either on driveways or in garages. So we believe that a 2-car garage here would be preferable because our house is a duplex, and so it would be meant to have 2 families living in the house. It actually also creates less square footage and thus less lot coverage than if we had 2 1-car garages. Abutting neighbors will not be disturbed by this garage because we have increased privacy for our rear neighbor, as the garage both will create a barrier to street noise from Islington Street and to noise from our driveway. Furthermore, we have agreed to put up a 6-foot privacy fence to increase the privacy of our side neighbor. Next slide, please. The second criteria, that the spirit of the ordinance will be observed. Abutting the distance between houses, which was instilled in the ordinance, was intended to protect for fire safety, in particular that fire vehicles could get into the area and that there were not buildings too close together. And this was brought up by our neighbor Ralph at the prior meeting. It was a very good point. So we looked, and actually the distance will be 19 feet between our garage and the next outbuilding on the neighbor's lot, because that building is quite far from the setback. Furthermore, we believe that there will be increased lot coverage due to this garage. We are improving the drainage, which will actually reduce standing water on the lot, which currently travels downhill and creates mosquito problems during the summer. So we are improving the health and safety of the neighborhood. Next slide. The third criteria, that substantial justice will be done. This is kind of a historical question because we believe that when our house was built, along with other homes of its size and age, most people did not drive cars. And so there wasn't a question about having garages. So there was this extremely large house put on a lot that now would certainly have had a garage built into it, but because it did not at that time, we have to build a garage later on in order to keep our cars covered and to keep up the character of the neighborhood, because actually When there are multiple cars parked in our driveway, or even sometimes if there had to be a car parked on our lawn, such as now because there's a dumpster in the driveway during our renovations, it looks bad, and it's actually decreasing the appeal of the neighborhood. Furthermore, other cars or other visitors may have to end up parking on side streets and taking up other spots in front of people's houses. So having this garage will benefit not only us, but our neighbors, who won't have to look at a bevy of cars on our driveway, and also side street neighbors, which won't have more cars parking in front of their houses. Next. Finally, or the fourth criteria, values of surrounding properties will not be diminished. We believe that adding this garage, as well as the additional fencing next to it, will add to the architectural appeal of our house and thus add to the value of our house and surrounding properties. Moreover, the drainage and the landscaping to be done will improve the quality of life for our neighbors, and that will also value their property higher. But most importantly, and this is something which is extremely important to me and to my husband and my parents, who are co-owners of this house, the only way that we can keep this home owner occupied is if we can build the garage, because my parents are senior citizens and they have always had a garage, and they are not able to move here unless we can have a garage. So we will be forced to rent out half the home if they cannot move here and if we cannot build this garage. So just take that in mind, that the value of the property will increase further if it remains owner occupied. And finally, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. And this also goes back to the fact that we plan to use this home as a multi-generational household. That is what we purchased it for. We had that in mind when we purchased a duplex. We were searching for them. And the only way to do that is if we can build this garage close to the side where my parents intend to live, so that they can keep their cars snow-free in the winter, and also so that we will feel safer bringing our children into the car when it's protected from the elements, but mostly for my parents to remain safe during the winter. So we have revised our plans to take into account both neighbors' concerns that we heard at this meeting and concerns mentioned by members of the Board of Adjustment. And we have also spoken to our neighbors to ensure that we are meeting their needs through these revisions. So I believe that adding the gravel drywall systems, reducing the size of the garage, and adding the privacy fence are sufficient to address the concerns which were brought up, and we do hope that our relief will be granted to build this garage. Next, we will discuss our proposed deck plan. We have also revised this plan to add an 8-foot privacy screen in the back of the deck, which we believe will create both noise and view reduction for our rear abutting neighbor. And we have also added additional drainage under the deck to increase the amount of drainage or reduce the amount of standing water which will flow downhill. So quickly going through the criteria. First, this deck plan is not contrary to the public interest because abutting neighbors will not be disturbed, as privacy concerns and drainage issues have been addressed in the revised plan. Moreover, and you can see the picture here if you scroll down a little bit, the left view is what our house looked like before we bought it. It had these tiny landings with steep, rickety wood stairs that would have been unsafe for anyone to go down, but much more so even for senior citizens such as my parents. We absolutely could not keep those. So we had those removed immediately when we had our house re-sided, and assumed that we would put a deck there which with a tiered staircase with much more shallower steps, which would allow for safe landing going directly to the driveway, so that entrance and people exiting did not have to go down onto the grass and then around, especially in the winter where that might be slushy or icy. So we believe that this is actually an improvement to the house, and thus the spirit of the ordinance protecting the health, safety, and welfare of the general public will be improved by having a safer space in the back of the house. Moreover, in terms of lot coverage, the area below the proposed deck was already concrete and gravel below those old stairs that were there. So it won't really be reducing the amount of green space which is currently present in our yard. And as I've mentioned, we're putting in the dry wells, which will improve the drainage situation. This map, unfortunately, should have been a little bit more zoomed out, but there were actually 8 homes in the immediate 1 mile radius, which have lot coverage of 25% or over. And as we mentioned, our lot coverage now would only be 29% due to the reduced size of the garage. So we believe that this is not out of the character of the neighborhood. Some of these houses have variances, some don't, but they are all over the 20% lot coverage. And I can share that revised map with anyone directly if you would like to see it, because unfortunately it was not included in the presentation that we submitted. So the criteria that substantial justice will be done. We believe that the new deck will be much safer due to the safer grade of the staircases, which will end at the driveway rather than on the lawn. And furthermore, we have to have something back there. So we are either going to have to build something with very steep stairs down to the yard, or the proposed deck, which has safe stairs going down onto the driveway. And this deck, we believe, also will improve the safety and appearance of the rear yard, and thus the value of surrounding properties, because there is currently a green mesh fence in the backyard, which was put up by our rear abutting neighbor. But we have agreed with her that if this deck plan is approved, we will be replacing that with a black chain link fence and extending it along our side of the lot line to improve the safety of both our children or any other people who would be in our yard, and also to improve the appearance of the yard. We'll be connecting that with the privacy fence that we're putting up next to the garage along our side neighbor's lot line, or along our lot line, which abuts our side neighbor. And then it will go right up to the other neighbor on the other side. We've also agreed to plant arborvitae bushes along that black chain link fence to also increase the privacy of our rear abutting neighbor. And finally, we believe that this one is the most clear, that unnecessary hardship would result from denial of the variance, because this deck is only 2 feet wider than what would otherwise be allowed based on the setback, but those 2 feet make all the difference in being able to use it for family meals, because we've seen how a table fits on a deck, and having a 6-foot deck versus an 8-foot deck will basically not allow us to use it as much with my parents who will be living next to us. The intention of this house was that we could gather in the backyard on this deck and enter it from both sides of the house, and both have a safe outdoor space to enjoy each other's company and to watch my children and my parents' grandchildren. And so we have done everything in our power to make this deck amenable to our neighbors by adding the privacy screen and the additional dry well and drainage systems. So we did want to say, though, that we believe that there is no real privacy concern because due to the elevation of our house and its height, we can see into the backyard of our rear abutting neighbor from our windows. And I believe this was pointed out by Mr. Rossi at the last meeting as well. From the deck, we will have essentially the same view into our rear abutting neighbor's backyard, but we cannot see into her house. due to the setbacks, we cannot see into her house. I do not know whether she can see into our house, but we believe that there will be no additional line of sight from the deck as there would be from our house. In terms of noise, that is why we're putting up the privacy screen. We will plant additional plants on the privacy screen and on the deck, as well as the arborvitae bushes down below, which will provide a noise barrier. But also, we would otherwise be out in the backyard speaking to each other. And so there isn't a great amount of difference between speaking in the backyard versus speaking on a deck or in the driveway. And her noise the noise that she hears coming from our property will be reduced when we build the garage. So we believe that it's a de minimis difference in terms of noise, and we hope that the concessions we've made and attempted to be amenable will be taken into account here. I think that's basically it, and we just had a slide with our photos thanking you to take into account our concerns, and we hope that we're able to answer any questions you might have at this time.
All right, does anyone have any questions for the applicant? Mr. Mantle?
How old are your parents?
They're about 70.
Okay.
But they intend to live here for the rest of their
Okay.
life, which is why we are trying to make it as accessible.
Because when you say senior citizen,
Of course, everyone has.
my heart goes to about 85, so.
I'm not making any claim as to anyone's personal definitions, but it's about aging in place.
In your map that shows the houses in yellow with non-conforming lot setbacks, have any of those houses received variances?
Some have, and some were predating.
Okay. And the same question with regard to the 8 or so houses with lot coverage? Mm-hmm. Have any of those 8 received variances?
Yes. I know at least 3 of those had
Okay.
received variances.
Okay, thank you.
Anything else? All right, thank you. So is there anyone that would like to speak in favor of this application? Speak in favor of the application? Anyone on Zoom here?
No one.
Anyone on Zoom? Is there anyone that'd like to speak in opposition to this application? Anyone to speak in opposition?
Good evening, Board and Chair. Name is Brad Mead, 1324 Islington Street. I'm not in opposition to the garage. I think it'll be okay for them to put it there. As I stated the last time I was here, I had 3 things that I would like to see. I'd like to see survey done of the property to make sure that they're 4 feet away from the property. A letter saying that they're going to put a fence up. And what's the other thing? I don't think they're untruths. And I got talked to from Mr. Rossi last meeting saying that you people ought to get together, and we'd like them to do it. But there's a few untruths that I'd just like to state. One of the things is there's never been standing water in that backyard. As I told you last time, I mowed it for 15 years. I've never seen any standing water. I think the dry wells will help contain the water, but my next door neighbor does have a concern because we do have water problems on the street behind us, Melbourne. My son works for the camera crew and the engineering, and I've talked to some of the people in the department, and that's always had a problem with drainage down back there. A couple of the residents have had problems with stuff going in their basement. So I don't know if it needs to be surveyed or figured out if there will be a problem. I personally don't think there'll be a problem because my garage next door, I have stone on both sides of the garage, no gutters, and it seeps right down the ground and it's gone. So she does, my next door neighbor behind us does have some concerns about that. I think it's great that they're putting a garage up there. My wife does too. We just want it done properly and the fence and the surveying done. So, okay. Any questions?
I just want to clarify, I wasn't specifically addressing you in my comments at the last meeting.
I understand that, Mr. Rossi.
It's just, sometimes it's hard for the board to
Yeah.
feel like we're in the position of resolving a neighborhood
Well,
dispute.
Yeah, we're not having any disputes or anything. We've talked several times back and forth, back and forth. I think a lot of that might have been predicated with Rick coming up and saying that he would mediate any problems, but Rick Beckstead, so that's where we're at.
With regard to the fence, just as a question for maybe Peter and Jim, since it was stated by the applicant that they're going to build a fence, that's a condition that this variance would be predicated upon, correct?
It could be.
It could be if you you make it a stipulation.
Okay, I see.
But I will add that a 6-foot fence can go on the property line, but it can't go in the front yard. So it would have to meet the front yard setback, and then it could start the front yard setback, and then it could be 6 feet to the rear.
Right.
That's,
Okay. And the survey, is that done as a matter of routine under the?
typically, we would require an as-built survey for the foundation of the garage. Typically, when a structure gets a variance for a setback and there's a foundation, they'll have to, once they put the foundation in, they'll have to get an as-built survey, so that might suffice for that
So
concern.
there's no need for a stipulation on a survey?
Right, that'll be done anyway.
So my thoughts are, I put up stakes where I believe that the property line was, and they're basing it off of that. I would like a correct property line. I mean, I'd like to know exactly where it is. I don't want them to put it up and I was 2 feet off, or they were 2 feet off. So that's why I was thinking about that.
So it might be in their best interest to do that before they do the foundation.
Right, and that's what Kathy and we had talked about that being done, as far as that. One other thing, I understand the situation about the parents coming, 66 and 67-year-old parents coming and living out their life here. But we all have struggles with that as we get older. I'm certainly out there plowing and taking care of all my stuff every day. I don't know if that's a criteria for this board. They should be able to have a garage. I don't think that should be their criteria, is that they're getting old. Okay, so that's it.
All right. Any questions? All right, thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you very much, board. Chair.
So does anyone else wish to speak in opposition to this application?
Hi, thank you for letting us,
Microphone.
is this one? Okay. Can you hear me now?
Barely. You can yell at us if you want, it's
Yeah.
okay.
Okay. My name is Jill Tapscott. I'm at 163 Melbourne Street, and our property is directly behind the Islington Street property. And if we could actually, I don't know if you have my document up there, or if it's easier just to start over from where theirs started, and then I can just review my piece of it. I don't know which is easier.
We have your document.
Okay. Oh, I thought you were going to bring it up. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. So on the first, the first criteria, Kathleen already reviewed her piece of it, so I'm not going to waste your time reviewing that. So I will just look at mine. And for the first criteria of the public health, safety, and welfare, in the immediate area on Islington Street between Route 1 and Vine Street, which is basically the two intersections from where the Islington Street property is, there are, and I have, there's an error on there, there's actually 16 three-story properties in that area, not 15, but only one of them has a two-car garage. There are others that have a tiny one-car garage in the area, so most of them do not. And then in the driveway that has the garage side, it can easily, if you see the aerial picture that I provided, you can see, and I saw many times from previous residents, how they comfortably fit 4 cars in that driveway area without parking on the front lawn, and just around the corner, which is Essex Street, that there's only one driveway on. That's where the excess cars would park. That didn't disturb any other abutters or any other residences on that Essex Street area. There's a potential of public interest and safety with the potential of water damage to the abutters, mainly our property behind them. Their property, as Kathleen mentioned, does slope downhill, so the water does move down into that area, and there is not substantial data or complete data that ensures that the water runoff does not impact the abutters. The next variance is the second, the spirit of the ordinance will be observed, and with the lack of credible data and information on the drainage system that to ensure that the water runoff would actually work. The installation of the garage does actually affect public health, safety, and welfare, as there is that potential of water running into our yard and creating a flooding problem. I do want to note that we have never had a standing water problem in our backyard. We have lived there for over 22 years, and there has never been a standing water problem there. There also has not been a mosquito bug problem there. And our basement is been so dry the whole time, I probably shouldn't say that out loud, that living space has been created in the basement as a TV room, game room, and sewing room, with carpets across the whole floor, and that's there because it's always been a very dry basement. I don't even use humidifiers down there in the summertime, and so that is also a potential health risk. There's a health risk from added water, standing water there from mosquitoes, and also a mold situation that could arrive in the basement. The water that we had, the really heavy water storm that we had on Friday, when I came home, I went out in my backyard and I looked, which I knew I wasn't going to see anything there. And I also went along my fence line and looked into their backyard and saw no standing water there as well. The third, you can, for the lot setbacks, and that picture that they have right there, and one of the gentlemen over here asked something about properties. I went around the neighborhood and looked at all of those properties where the yellow boxes were around, and they all appeared, all except maybe one, maybe two. There was one I couldn't really see. But all the rest of them appeared to be older properties that were there probably before these setback numbers and what do you call them there, were in place. They were all very old. Just like she pointed out, I'm one of the yellow boxes on that map, and my shed that's there is 7 feet from the property line, but that was put there over 100 years ago, and that's what it appears for the rest of them. So I was actually kind of glad to see that map. It appeared that you all have been observing the setbacks and not creating more that were under the setbacks. And also if you look at talking about the character of the neighborhood, and if their property is different from other properties in the neighborhood, and would it change the character of the neighborhood? The aerial picture that I provided shows you a lot of the neighborhood right there. And visually, you can see that if there is a garage right there beside their property, that it would present as a very building-heavy piece of property and would be very different from the rest of the neighborhood that does not look like that. And it would also take away from the open space that you can also see on the map there.
Ma'am, we'd like, we try to limit comments to 5 minutes or less, so if you
I'm
could
sorry,
kind of wrap
okay.
yours up a little bit,
Yep.
that'd be great.
Okay, the substantial justice, again, with there isn't the data information there to support that the water isn't going to be a problem, and there would be a substantial hardship to our property if there were the water in the yard and in the basement, and that 6 cars between both of their driveways, they can accommodate 6 cars without being on the front lawn. Value of the surrounding properties will not be diminished. Between, again, 6 properties can be accommodated. There would be an overcrowding look of the space, and the land would not be able to function with the grass being able to handle some of the water mitigation there, and with the water problem. Potential water problem on our property that would diminish the value and also diminish especially causing permanent and constant water flow to the basement. The last one of the little enforcement of the ordinance with unnecessary hardship for our property. Again, there is the potential of the water damage. There is not, I've talked with the previous owners asking them how long that they had standing water issues in their backyard, and they said they have never had standing water issues in their backyard. I don't know if anybody had standing water issues in their backyard, because this summer we had a drought, and water levels were down. For everybody, it seems like, and they also have a sloping backyard, so the logistics of there being standing water in the backyard is highly unlikely. I did talk with an engineer in regards to drainage and the water situation, and he did allow me to use his name if that's something that you need, his name and company. Is that something that you all need?
If you have anything you'd like to present, we'd be glad to take it.
His name is Eric Weinrib from Atlas Engineering, and he did see the drawings, and he was not able to be with me here tonight, or he said he would have come, but he said that the drawings, a qualified engineer did not provide the drawings, credible data, or information on a drainage system that ensures there will be no water impact to the abutters. There is a process that a qualified engineer would do to determine if a dry well is needed, what kind of a dry well there should be, where the dry well should be located, can it be located there, and most importantly, will it work? At this location, it may not work, and it may not be fixable because of the amount of ledge and rock in the area. If there is a problem and it cannot be fixed, the abutter is left with permanent ongoing property damage, quality of life hardship, and lower resale values that they will have to consistently deal with. Mine. The installation of this garage does present a serious potential impact to public health, safety, and welfare, issues of increased mosquito population, interior damage to the property, and due to the lack of data to support their proposal and the serious potential damage that can result, we respectfully ask you to deny the garage installation.
Thank you.
I'll do that very quickly with the deck, if it's okay. Can I cover the deck very quickly?
Sure.
Thank you. For the first point, in the deck, the revised deck privacy concerns have not been addressed, as previously stated, that it was agreed on 9/24 in a conversation that there would be a higher rail system, screening system across the whole deck. And it is stated that there would only be an 8-foot screen across a 38-foot length of a raised deck, which would have no impact or extreme little on noise level. And there'd be very minimal view obstruction, again, because you're talking about 38 feet of a deck with a multi-generational family, over six plus people on there. Drainage has nothing to do with the deck. The next one, the spirit of the ordinance. There are no other properties in the neighborhood with a very large 38 by 8-foot deck, which is 304 square feet of space, overlooking single-family properties. The deck is very different from other local properties and will change the character of the neighborhood. The very large deck is at a 2-story level, and it does threaten the welfare and the impact of noise, because when you're up at a higher level, voices do carry. When you're on the ground, they don't carry like they do across at a higher level. And there are 2 smaller children. As they get older, the noise level will only increase. As the deck is up, the ground is down. There will be people constantly talking between the ground and the deck, so there will be more noise level that will be impacted there. The the additional 2 feet that they are asking for is not just 2 feet. It's 2 feet times 34 feet of deck. 2 feet times more activity, more people, more noise, and a higher level and more activity there. If they do not get an 8-foot, she has told me that if they do not get an 8-foot deck, they will put up a 6-foot deck, and which I don't understand, because that also puts them over the 20% lot coverage, but there will be no screening, there will be no bushes.
And we appreciate your comments, but you're way over your allotted time, so we're going to have to thank you and ask if anybody else would like to speak in opposition to this application.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you. Ralph DiBonato. I'm speaking for my wife and I. She couldn't be here tonight. 1374 Islington Street. Not an abutter, but a close neighbor. But, Mr. Chairman, may I ask to clarify the speaking arrangement? Could the young woman who just spoke return a second time and finish hers?
Of course. And
Okay.
We let people speak in favor of the application, in opposition, and then there's a third follow-up or rebuttal, if you will, where people can speak to, for, or against.
And I do understand the limitation.
Right.
But she could follow up and finish hers.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. At this particular point, I'm speaking for the record because I want to be sure that it's included. I have never seen standing water on Jill Tapscott's property. Linda and I walk the block regularly and have for years. We've owned our home in the neighborhood for over 50 years. There was no standing water in her yard after Friday's torrential rainstorm, and I made it a point to check twice. There was no standing water this morning after last night's rain. And why I feel it's important that it be in the record, because the statements of standing water are going to be in the record and be something that anyone interested in her property in the future can reference by accessing the city records. Therefore, having statements that qualify that are important.
If I could just clarify, anything you say or anything anyone else says here would be in the record.
Thank you. We are also concerned with the process for lack of process for determining and verifying the lot coverage of property requesting a variance. When an engineer or an architect submits plans with their qualifying stamp and/or signature, they are providing their education, training, and qualification to support their accuracy. The drawings submitted by the applicant leave a question in my mind to the accuracy of the lot coverage stated. They do not seem to have adequate measurements on those drawings to determine the square footage of the 2 existing front porches and stairs. Also, the new proposed landing and stairs that will go down from the deck if permitted. Information from City Hall surprised me and indicated that the city officials do not check the accuracy provided by those figures. And my question is, and I'm not looking for an answer, I know we're not in the discussion, but does it ever get measured? Does anyone ever verify that what is stated by an architect or by an individual representing themselves are the true measurements, or does the new additions to the property come out greater in percentage than were stated on the plans? It's something to be considered. And as I said, I was surprised to find out that there doesn't appear to be verification by city officials. Last item. Having listened to Attorney Sullivan last meeting explain new state regulations regarding planning board records, and as they apply to questions that must be answered in the positive or negative of the variance, the 5 or 6 criteria that are listed that you have to judge. I hope to see a clear and concise statement for the record, whether positive or negative, for items number 10.233.25 and 10.233.30, which are often referred to as hardship of the land. My experience from watching your meetings or attending them is that many people come here not having an understanding of what hardship of the land is. And I'm not claiming to have any greater than the rest of them, but I think it's an issue that plagues planning boards. Thank you.
All right, I agree. Thank you, sir. So is there anyone else who would like to speak in opposition to this application?
It's a little sobering. My name is Barbara Marino. I live at 1345 Islington, across the street from the house that's applying today. And I'd like to speak from a perspective of the appearance of an additional garage and fence. And in opposition to those things, the house right now abuts neighbors on the south side, literally like this. The driveways are only separated by a fence. There is no space there to look and see the green that's down on Melbourne. From my side of the street, on Brad's side of the fence, or Brad's side of the house where the garage will go, there's now a view down a hillside and trees and a sense of space. You know, it's not, in my mind, a plus that 9 other families have gotten enough approval or have been grandfathered in to have more than 80% of the lot covered. It's not a plus for us to expand the number of homes that have greater coverage of what we need in a neighborhood, which is a view of trees, of grass, of space. So I'm very much opposed to the garage on that basis. And I'm older than their parents. I shovel my own driveway. Thanks a lot, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to the application? In opposition? Is there anyone that would like to speak to, for, or against the application? That would be you, ma'am, if you'd like to finish your thought. Yes, ma'am.
I will be quick. Thank you so much. on the piece of the spirit of the ordinance will be observed in regards to the deck. One of the things with that 304 square feet of the deck that I don't feel as though is a reasonable solution out there due to the impact that it has on our property. There is, in one of the pictures that I left for you, there is an area on that side of their property that has a larger flat area where they could install and put a ground patio in there that would also lower the noise level greatly, because you're at a ground level and the voices don't carry across the ground level like they do at a raised level. And also, there would be some blockage for privacy for all of us around. The property itself would also blend with the other single-family homes in the area with a ground patio, as opposed to a huge, extremely large deck across the back of the property. The substantial justice will be done that with the deck that does permanently impact the loss of privacy and continuous growing noise of our peaceful backyard, and to support the egresses in the back that they. Yes, they do need to have something back there for the egresses, but with seeing the back of their property, if there were two landings and two stairways that came halfway down, met into one stairway to then go down to the ground, the stairway would not be steep. It would be a gradual and tiered stairway that would be very safe for older adults and for children. So I don't see that there is a hardship to having a ground patio and graduated stairs to the ground. The property, the property values will not be diminished from, you already know about the water conditions that have the potential of causing damage to the yard as well as to the property. And the screening of 8 feet is not going to impact the noise level. For the last one of the unnecessary hardship that will result from denial, there is no special conditions of this property in regards to the height. The duplex right next to it also has the same height off of the back of their yard. And there's also the potential of maybe building a smaller deck on the 1346 side, which is their side. In regards to the height of some of the homes do allow for greater view into people's backyards. I can see, as we all can, if someone has their light on inside their house, we can see what they're doing. You can see bodies walking by, but that's not a concern. If I don't want somebody looking in my window, I'll close my blinds. But the comparison of the view from out their window is absolutely no comparison to being on an outdoor deck, a second story up, looking into the yard. When someone's inside, they're looking out, they're walking by, has no impact outside to our backyard whatsoever. But 6 people out on a deck outside overlooking, voices carrying, there's a huge difference there. And the size of that deck is, we do feel as though is unreasonable, and that there is no special conditions for that property, and that it will permanently affect our enjoyment of the backyard, as well as resale value of my home, that if somebody's coming, as you can see from the maps, I have a fairly large yard that someone would want to have enjoyment in. And I would think it would be, coming into the backyard, seeing a large area overlooking single-family properties would not make sense. So I don't see as other options are available for enjoyable outdoor dining, and I certainly understand that and would want them to have that. We enjoy our area out there, but I don't see it as a hardship to have a ground patio as opposed to an extremely large deck, and it would blend with the environment. And so we respectfully ask you to continue the utilization of the setbacks and ordinances that you've already been putting in place to protect abutters and the quality of life of people living with those. Thank you very much for allowing me to come
Thank you, ma'am.
and finish.
Thank
Thank you. Do I have to stay for questions? Do I have to stay for questions, or do
If
you?
you'd like. Does anyone have any questions? No, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else that'd like to speak to, for, or against this application? To, for, or against? Absolutely.
I really just want to emphasize the point that I did speak to my neighbors, and my husband spoke to them, and my mother spoke with them, and we attempted to appease their concerns through the addition of the privacy fence on the side yard and the addition of the privacy screen to the back and the addition of the dry wells. And in particular, I wanted to state that I was not implying that there is currently standing water on Ms. Tapscott's property, but merely that she had expressed concern that building the garage would create water running into her property, and that this is why we had our architect draw up dry wells and determined that these would be a solution. We also spoke to Brad Mead about what solution he had used around his garage to reduce the water runoff, and he suggested gravel with the gutters. We said, well, you know what, let's take it one step further. Let's not only do gravel, let's also do the dry wells. We will continue to work with our neighbors to make sure that these solutions are functioning as they should. And in fact, we would be happy for you to insert conditions into the relief regarding the privacy fence pursuant to current zoning ordinances as far as fences go, and also the black chain link fence in the backyard, and the dry wells. We added the 8-foot privacy screen after speaking to Ms. Tapscott and discussing that we wanted to, give her both noise reduction and view reduction. So we are doing everything in our power to meet their concerns. And I think that Brad Mead also stated that up here, that we had these discussions, and that he would like a letter about stating that we would put up a fence. We had discussed that, but I think that a condition on the variance would be sufficient. In terms of the survey, I have called 7 survey companies, and none were able to do a survey before this meeting, unfortunately, but we will definitely get a survey before the garage foundation is poured and ensure that it meets both the agreed upon setback of 4 feet and that our fence being put up is along our side of the lot line. Let's see. And you can make the survey also a condition in the variance relief. Just quickly addressing several statements about it appearing building heavy. Our map showing the lot coverage and the number of outbuildings, I think, speaks for itself to show that there are a number of outbuildings in our neighborhood. And the fact remains, we are in a duplex, not a single-family home. And duplexes require more building and outbuildings. And finally, I'm not sure it's Ms. Tapscott's place to suggest to us that a ground patio would be practicable. We did look at that as an option, and she had recommended it strongly to us, but because we have children, we believe that a deck is the most practicable way for us to access the outdoor dining area without going up and down steep staircases, and doing everything in our power to make this deck as safe and private for both for us and for our neighbors. If the Board of Adjustment does not choose to grant us the 8-foot deck, we ask that you still allow us to do the 6-foot deck, the 6-foot depth of the deck. But I believe that an 8-foot deck would have no significant increased effect on privacy or the appearance of the building from the rear as seen by our other side abutting neighbors who have a similar size deck and are also a duplex. Thank you very much for your time. Any remaining questions for me?
Appears not. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Thank you. So one last call. Does anyone else wish to speak to, for, or against this application?
The two neighbors, both on both sides of the Islington Street property, was stated in their document that they both have decks because they have a sloping yard, and that's not the case. The deck that is that's to the opposite side of Brad, their deck is nowhere near the size of 300 square feet. That's a single duplex there, and it does not extend beyond, if this is the back of the Islington Street property house, that deck at the duplex next to them, the furthest out from that deck is the very back of that house. So it's a very different situation. And in our conversation, it was a screening across the full back, and the larger deck does allow for more activity, more noise, and the permanent effect of our backyard and our peacefulness that will not be there. The arborvitaes that were discussed were 8 to 10 foot arborvitaes, but that is not in the document that was written up by them. They could put in 2-foot arborvitaes, and it would take 20 years for it to have any impact on a second story deck. So, and the water, as the engineer spoke to me about, that is a very, very serious issue, because if it cannot be fixed, if there is a water problem, if it cannot be fixed, my property is left with permanent damage, and I would have to disclose that when I went to sell my property, that there is constant water problems there. I would not be able to not disclose that. So, again, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else? All right, seeing none. Anybody on Zoom, Peter? Close the public hearing. So, board discussion. Anybody have any thoughts or perhaps a motion to?
No, you go.
I'm not quite ready to make a motion, but this seems to me like the mildest of requests, that an 8-foot deck is not an enormous deck. It's got a lot of square feet because it's a wide building. And requesting a garage for a home that has no parking on the street also seems like a very reasonable request. There isn't a house you could live in Portsmouth that you don't hear your neighbor. I'm really having trouble understanding why this is such an intrusion on the neighborhood. Even with the 8-foot deck, there will be 28 feet to the back neighbor's lot line. And then from the back neighbor's lot line to where their house is located in the middle of the lot has to be another 28 feet. So in my mind, this is a very reasonable request, and they will get a lot. This is beginning to sound like a motion. I'm going to let someone else talk.
All right, Ms. Margin.
I will move to approve the variances as presented and advertised. And if I get a second, I will say why.
I'll second.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Wilson.
First of all, I just want to say, in terms of granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest, and granting the variance would observe the spirit of the ordinance. As case law and statute tells us, it's whether or not figuring out whether or not these variance requests would markedly be different from the underlying zoning, is whether or not they would alter the essential character of the neighborhood or threaten public health, safety, and welfare. I find that in this case, the construction of a garage and a deck to a residence is not alter the essential character of this neighborhood. They are permitted accessory uses to residential uses. In terms of the granting the variance would do substantial justice, I do not see that there is any benefit to the public that would outweigh the loss to the applicant by being able to build the deck and the garage. And granting the variance would not diminish the values of surrounding properties. We have no indication that this deck or the garage would really result in any water issues. I understand people's concerns, but we don't have any kind of evidence that says that there would be increased water issues or drainage issues as a result of this. I do not believe, and I sympathize with the abutters, the loss of the view. I understand that. However, this is an improvement to this house, and therefore I think that probably would not diminish the value of surrounding properties. And lastly, the literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. The property has special conditions that distinguish it from other properties in the area. And owing to these special conditions, a fair and substantial relationship does not exist between the general public purposes of the ordinance provision and the specific application of that provision to the property, and the proposed use is a reasonable one. I will find that starting kind of from the bottom up, the proposed uses, a deck and a roof, are reasonable in a residential area. There are special conditions to this property. It is a little bit, I would say, larger than some of the other properties in the surrounding area. It is a duplex. I realize that there are other duplexes in the area, but I do find that because of these special conditions, that the property has special conditions because of these features. And just as a note, the rear yard setbacks is very de minimis. It is only 2 feet less than the minimum that is allowed by zoning. The building coverage does increase by 10%, but some of that building coverage increase is due to the deck. And even if the applicants had put their deck on the ground floor of the house, they would still need that rear yard setback. Or actually 18 inches up, I think. And the left yard setback is a significant change. It is significantly less than it is currently now. However, I find that it is necessary for placing the garage there. It's now 4 feet based on the revised plans. I think there are 2 stipulations that I have to make. The left side yard shall be 4 feet, and the open space is actually 29%.
The building coverage.
Building coverage is 29% instead of 30. And that's my motion. I hope it made sense, Peter.
Stipulations.
All right, your second, Mr. Rossi.
I concur.
I have nothing else to add.
I will move to a vote. So the motion is to approve the application.
Mr. Lee,
Sorry.
do we want to do the stipulations about the survey, the fence, and the arborvitae?
Ms. Martin would,
I would make the stipulation as to the survey,
Okay.
given that it is quite on the lot, it's pretty close to the lot line. I will not make the stipulation as to the fence and the arborvitae.
Can I just clarify that you want them to survey the left side lot line?
Survey the property.
Okay.
I think the applicant said, they would have to do an as-built survey. I think she said that she was going to have the whole property surveyed.
And I can add from experience that when a lot of people think they know where their lot lines are, but when the guys with the transits come out there and look, they turn out to not be there. So a survey is the best way to find out exactly where your property line is. All right, so any more discussion? All right, we'll move to a vote. So Mr. Mantle, you're first up here. So what,
Yes.
yes? Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Ms. Marchson,
Yes.
Ms. Eldridge,
Yes.
Mr. Rossi,
Yes.
and Mr. Mattson for the first time.
Yes.
And the chair votes yes also. Your application is approved, ma'am. All right, next up, we have the request of Martin. Let me just say, before we get started here, I forgot to mention the rules of the road before we start. We generally allow 15 minutes for the applicant to present their case. If they need an additional 5 minutes, they can ask for that, and we generally grant that. Any public comment, we try to limit to 5 minutes. You can make have another 5 minutes during the to, for, against portion. And I would add, if you have any extensive comments you want to make for the record, it would probably be better if you'd submit them in writing before the meeting. They become part of the record. We read all that things that are submitted. That way you can get your thoughts expressed plainly, and we'll have time to digest them too, instead of trying to do it on the fly. So with that said, number B on the agenda is the request of Martin Hansman for property located at 130 Gate Street, where relief is needed to add an HVAC unit, which requires the following. Number one, a variance from section 10.515-14 to allow a 3-foot setback where 10 is required. Said property is located on Assessory Map 103, Lot 55, and lies within the General Residence B, GRB, and Historic Districts LU-22-161. Is this the Zoom?
He is on the Zoom call.
Okay, Mr. Hansman is appearing to us before Zoom because he's out of town now. So, Mr. Hansman, can you hear us? You'll get battery, Peter?
Okay, hello, can you hear me okay now?
Yes, sir, loud and clear.
Hi, thank you very much. I apologize for not being able to participate in person. I'm currently babysitting my granddaughter in Connecticut and was unable to change that appointment. Yes, we are planning to put in a new furnace in our basement, and it will be heating the first floor of our house. With that, it's a 40-year-old furnace. We decided also to add air conditioning to that floor, and that resulted in the need of a compressor outside. We currently have a compressor outside for the 3rd floor of the house, and the contractor has requested we place this compressor in the same area as the existing compressor, which would be next to the property line, and it would result in a variance because it would be about 3 feet from the property line. If we look at the second picture from the top, you can see the approximate location of that. There's an existing privacy fence about 5 feet high, which would shield it not only visually but also from noise. And as said, it is in the same proximity as the first compressor, which is being used to air condition the 3rd floor. I guess from that, I would jump straight to the ordinance review itself. And, you know, as far as the variance will not be contrary to public interest, the proposed AC compressor is in the same area as an existing location, and when replacing the fence some years ago, it was constructed of solid wood to create a visual and an acoustic barrier, and so it will not be visible from any public location and only be very minorly visible from a neighbor, basically the abutting neighbor, who has agreed that this is not going to be any issue for them. The spirit of the ordinance will be observed. The compressor already has an existing location already has an existing compressor. We're not changing anything about the view of that area. And as the new compressor is much quieter, it will actually be a quieter environment because this will become the dominant compressor. We currently run the 3rd floor compressor quite a bit more because we're allowing that cold air to occasionally come down to the 2nd and 1st floor. Substantial justice will be done. The proposed location of the compressor will be as close as possible to the house. We have a minimum of about 6 inches that it has to be away from the house, and that will allow, like I said, the proposed 3 foot between the compressor and the property line. Value of the surrounding properties will not be diminished. The AC compressor will not be visible from any public location. It's behind the fence to the abutting property, and there is a gate to the Gate Street side of the house as well. So there is really no way for anybody from a public location to see it, and it's only minimally visible from a neighbor's upper floors. We also have a Reveda, which blocks the views from the neighbors. There's a multitude of existing AC compressors located throughout the neighborhood, which are much more visible to others, so we feel that this will not have any mitigating on a mitigating situation on the values of these properties. Finally, literal enforcement of the provision of the ordinance. It would be hard to install a compressor in any other location, as it would be either much more visibly to the public, because we are on a corner lot which abuts both Manning Street and Gate Street, and therefore we really have only a small kind of opportunity to place these compressors. It would also greatly complicate the installation in the layout of the basement, and the furnace, the new furnace would be located in the same position as the old furnace, and it would be extremely difficult to run the necessary compressor lines to an alternate location. I think that's pretty much all I had for that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, does any of the board have a question for the applicant? No one? All right. So I'll open the public hearing then. Does anyone want to speak in favor of this application? Anybody on Zoom, Peter? Anyone to speak in opposition to this application? No Zoom. Anyone to speak to, for, or against? Seeing no one rise, I'll close the public hearing. And a discussion or perhaps a motion from someone. Mr. Mantle?
I'll make a motion to approve the request as presented.
Thank you. Is there a second? Oh, sorry. Mr. McDonald. I forgot you have to look both ways up here. All right. Your motion, Mr. Mantle.
Going through the criteria, taking 10.233.21 and 10.233.22, granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest, and granting the variance would observe the spirit of the ordinance. I find that would be true for both of them. We're talking about a HVAC unit with a diminished from the current of 3 feet. 10.233.23, granting the variance would do substantial justice, I believe. It would. We all need heat. We live in New England. 10.233.24, granting the variance would not diminish the values of the surrounding properties. It would not, in my estimation, diminish any of the value of any of the surrounding properties. In fact, it would probably increase this value because now it has a functional HVAC unit. And the last one, 10.233.25, literal enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. The property has special conditions that distinguish it from other properties in the area, and owing to these special conditions, a fair and substantial relationship does not exist between the general public purpose of the ordinance provisions and the specific application of that provision to the property, and the proposed use is reasonable one. I find that the proposed use is a reasonable one, and the hardship does exist considering the size of the property and where it sits on the lot.
All right. So your second, Mr. McDonald?
I agree entirely with what Mr. Mel just said. I wouldn't change it, but I would add that this is, as Mr. Mel said, New England, and you need to have control over hot and cold air in the house and with the change of the seasons. And if the air conditioning for the property is not adequate, it needs to be improved so that it is adequate. For those reasons, I believe this application should be granted.
All right, thank you. So any more discussion? Anyone? All right, we'll move to a vote. And just to switch things up, we'll start on the other end this time. Mr. Mattson, your vote?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Ms. Eldridge?
Yes.
Ms. Marchson?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
And Mr. Mantle?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes also. You're approved, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enjoy your visit with your granddaughter.
Thank you. We do.
All right. So moving to item C, the request of Judith, and again, forgive me if I butcher your name, too bad, but it appears to be Mraz, Revocable Trust owner for property located at 11 Walden Street, whereas relief is needed to install a heat pump which requires the following. Number one, a variance from section 10.515.14 to allow a 1-foot rear yard setback and a 1.5-foot side yard setback, where 10 feet is required by each. Said property is located on Assessor Map 101, Lot 17, and lies within the General Residence B, GRB, and Historic Districts LU-22-177. Who is here to speak to this application?
Good evening. My name is JSL. I'm the HVAC contractor for 11 Walden. The proposed project is to install a heat pump system with 1 outdoor unit and 3 indoor units. We're requesting a variance to allow a 1-foot rear yard setback and a 1.5-foot side yard setback where the 10 feet is required. There are pictures of the existing site. We can look at that now or later. The variance will not be contrary to the public interest. The Mitsubishi outdoor unit is quiet. The sound pressure levels are 56 decibels in heating and 52 decibels in cooling. The Mitsubishi outdoor unit will be hung from the building by a bracket. The outdoor unit protrudes only 18 inches from the west wall and is partially/mostly hidden by 2 trees, depending on the viewing angle. The spirit of the ordinance will be observed. The installation does not affect any parking areas or access ways to other buildings. The outdoor unit does not produce any odor, smoke, or dust to the environment. The proposed location is on the side and back of the structure, not on the most visible street side. Substantial justice will be done. There is very little gain, if any, to the public/surrounding neighbors by denying this variance. Mitsubishi ductless systems are quieter, look better, and use less energy than window units. With increasingly warmer summers, the need for air conditioning to mitigate indoor temperatures is increasing. The values of surrounding properties will not be diminished. Air conditioning outdoor units are common and not known to diminish property values. And again, just stated how it's quiet and how it only protrudes 18 inches from the west wall. Literal enforcement of the provisions of this ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. This property does not have a 10-foot setback from the property line on any side of the structure, unlike the surrounding properties. Due to the lack of 10-foot setback, the reasonable addition of air conditioning cannot be added in strict conformance with the ordinance. Any questions?
Any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you, sir. All right, so I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone to speak in favor of this application? Anybody on Zoom, Peter? Anybody on Zoom? Anyone to speak in opposition? Anyone to speak to, for, or against? Seeing no one rise, I close the public hearing. And board, we're open for discussion or a motion if anyone feels.
I would like to move that we approve the variance as submitted.
All right. Is there a second to that? All right.
The variance is not contrary to the public interest, and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. I do not believe that the ordinance is intended to prevent the modernization of older properties for the comfort of the homeowners living, which would be the result of enforcing this when there is such little lot line clearance in these older homes. Substantial justice is done. There is no benefit to the public that would necessitate us to create a hardship for the homeowner by denying this variance. The values of the surrounding properties will not be affected because of the discreet, quiet, and basically hidden nature of the part of the unit that's protruding from the side of the house. And literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship due to special conditions. The special condition of the property is that the lot line clearance is very small, and it is just not possible to update the HVAC system without this sort of a variance. That is my motion.
Second.
I have nothing to add.
All right.
I concur.
Is there any more discussion? We'll move to a vote. So, Mr. Mantle.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Ms. Margison.
Yes.
Ms. Eldridge.
Yes.
Mr. Rossi.
Yes.
Mr. Mattson.
Yes.
Chair votes yes also. You are approved. All right, next up is the request of Lucky 13 Properties, owner for the property located at 361 Islington Street. Whereas relief is needed for conversion of use to a restaurant, which requires the following. 1, variances from section 10.5A 41.10A to allow a secondary front yard setback of 66 feet, where 12 is the maximum allowed. B, to allow a front line build-out of 32%, where 60 to 80% is required. C, to allow a left yard setback of 30 feet, where 20 is the maximum allowed. And 14.5, open space, where 25% is the minimum required. Number 2, a variance from section 10.5A 44-31 to allow off-street parking spaces to be located in front of the facade of the primary building. Number 3, a variance from 10.440, use number 9.42, to allow a restaurant with an occupancy load between 50 and 250. A variance from section 10.5A 44.32 to allow parking located 19 feet from a residential zone where 20 feet is required. 5, a variance from section 10.321 to allow a non-conforming building or structure to be extended, reconstructed, or enlarged without conforming to the requirements of the ordinance. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 144, Lot 23, and lies within the Character District L-L2, parentheses CD4-L2, and Historic Districts LU-22-195. Who is here to speak to this ordinance?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. For the record, Derek Durbin. I'm here on behalf of the applicant. It's Good to Be Needed, LLC. I have with me tonight Eric Weinrep, who's our engineer from Altus Engineering, Jeff Dyer and Sean Creeley on behalf of the applicant. Michael Labrie is also here on behalf of the owning LLC, and Robert Whitemere as well from Winter Holben, who is our architect working on the project. Before I begin, I'd like to congratulate the chairman for his promotion. Also thank Arthur Parrott for the many years that he sat on this board. I think I was appointed to the board in 2007 and was on the board from about 2007 to 2014 or 15. And my first meeting, I was seated next to Arthur Parrott, and I will never forget, I was like, looking at him, I'm like, doesn't seem too happy. And I didn't have this real happy appearance to him. And he turned to me and he said, "You'll be fine as long as you don't say anything." But, all right.
Sound advice.
Eventually he warmed up. So thank you, Arthur, in case you're listening. I believe everybody on this board is probably familiar with this property. I think most residents of the city of Portsmouth are as well. Property is located at the corner of Islington and Cabot Streets. It's really a transitional zone where the downtown sort of meets the west end of Portsmouth and the transformed west end of Portsmouth. The properties along the Islington Street corridor are all zoned CD4L2. You'll notice if you look at the tax map with the zoning overlay, I did provide a copy of that. You'll see that strip of zoning just sort of runs right down that corridor intentionally so. It's intended to encourage a mixture of residential, office, retail, and restaurant-related uses. It includes businesses such as The Kitchen, Lexi's Joint, Cafe Killam, as well as Liar's Bench Brewery right along this immediate corridor that we're speaking to tonight. There was a Getty gas station on the property from 1957 to 2007. The building on the property, which served as the Getty gas station office and vehicle service bay with a metal awning where the gas pumps were, is obviously a very run-down building, a bit of an eyesore, I guess you could say. In its existing state, the property fails to conform to the building setback, front line, lot line build-out provisions, which were intended to really maximize that front build-out of properties along that corridor, as well as the parking layout and open space provisions that are applicable to the zoning district. In fact, if you were to apply the building setbacks strictly to this property, which are intended rather than to bring things in, to actually bring them out, you'd have to compromise the parking. So with this property, there's really a catch-22 no matter which way you go with the use or what you're proposing to do with it. In addition, the property is encumbered by deed restrictions and easements that significantly limit what can be done with the property. You'll notice, I believe it's on the existing conditions plan that was submitted, a parking and access easement on the left side of the property, and maybe it isn't shown in the packet, but there is to, I believe it would be the western side of the property where you see the access coming in. Right along the boundary there is an access and parking easement. My recollection of reading that easement is that it was to maintain the property next door, but also to allow for 2 parking spaces for the benefit of that property. So right there you lose a couple potentially viable parking spaces. I've included brief summaries of past zoning applications associated with the property. I'm not going to go through all those. I did want to highlight one particular application. In 2017, this board approved an application for Lexi's Joint, which was to add a small addition to the existing building for restaurant use with an occupancy load of 50 and outdoor seating. In the end, Lexi's Joint opted not to proceed with its proposed use of the property after determining it was not economically feasible. What is being proposed this evening is functionally the same as what was proposed in 2017 and approved by the board. I think arguably it's actually less impactful. If you were to look at the Lexi's Joint site plan, which I submitted as an exhibit to my narrative, you would see on that plan that the outdoor space that was going to be utilized actually extended right up into the front property boundary, whereas we would be set back a bit and buffered by some landscaping. In the present instance, the applicant is proposing to renovate and repurpose the former gas station vehicle service bay building, construct a 73 square foot addition to the westerly portion of the building and a 692 square foot addition to the rear portion of it. The applicant is proposing landscaping and green space enhancements throughout the property and a privacy fence to the rear to buffer the restaurant use from the nearest residential properties, which you have the GRC zoning district really just running along all of that corridor, along the CD4 L2 behind it. So there is residential uses there to the rear, and that is the case with all the properties in that district. If the variances are approved tonight, the applicant will have several additional hurdles to clear. I'll have to go through the technical advisory committee, which will vet out, which is, as this board probably knows, comprised of city staff, technical staff, which will vet out issues surrounding how we've designed for traffic flow in and out of the property, parking as well, landscaping as part of that process. So there's a lot that goes into the review process with this particular application starting here tonight. As well, the applicant, the property falls within the HDC district, so they have to get HDC approval for the design itself. On that note, they have gotten favorable feedback so far through a work session with the HDC, which is the design that's before you this evening. There are a couple preliminary items I'd like to address that I pointed out in my narrative. The first is related to the variance from section 10.575 for a dumpster to be located within the 20-foot setback. We're proposing a 19-foot setback. It appears there might even be some confusion with the public over that. We're actually proposing basically trash cans, totes. They're not dumpsters per se, but because that is not really defined within the ordinance, we felt that it was prudent to put in the request for that. No trash compactors, nothing that would generate that type of impact or noise. So I did want to point that out. In addition, we sought a variance from section 10.440 after I had a meeting with Peter about the project for an occupant load of 74 where 50 is permitted within the district. It's my opinion, legal opinion, that a variance is not needed. The indoor seating is limited to 44, which is typically what occupancy permits are applied to. or anything that's structural in nature. I did provide a pretty detailed discussion of that in the narrative. I don't want to speak too much into depth on that, but the building code is ultimately what the definitions reference with respect to occupancy load. And it defines occupancy load or occupant load, I should say, as the number of persons for which the means of egress of a building or portion thereof is designed. In this case, the applicant has proposed seasonal outdoor seating. It's open air. It's not on a deck. It's not associated with anything that would require an egress from a building. It's open air. Obviously, people can disperse in the event of any type of emergency associated with the building itself in any way they so choose. So that we feel falls outside the definition. And ultimately, as well, we believe that jurisdiction of the seasonal outdoor seating lies with the planning board pursuant to section 10.440, subsection 19.50, which states that outdoor dining or drinking areas accessory use to a permitted principal use is permitted by a conditional use permit. That provision was added in 2018 in response to the city's desire with these character districts to promote outdoor seating as an accessory use to restaurants. Section 10.241A of the ordinance goes on to state that a conditional use permit allows the planning board or other such board or person as may have jurisdiction to consider uses which may be desirable or appropriate in particular cases, but which are not allowed as a matter of right within the zoning district. So I did want to just point those out because they're kind of threshold issues I know that you want to consider as part of the application. We've applied for the variances. I also think it's appropriate for the board to make a finding as to whether or not those particular provisions apply in this instance. And either way, I mean, the reality is we didn't have the opportunity due to time constraints to seek a formal administrative determination, regardless of how that would have gone. If it didn't go in our favor, we could have appealed it to the board. Instead, we decided to bring the issue directly to you tonight. So I did just want to address that before I went on dealing with the variance criteria, where I will deal with those variances. So turning to the variance criteria, granting the variances will observe the spirit of the ordinance and not be contrary to the public interest. The applicant's plan to add on to and repurpose the existing gas station building and incorporate and enhance many of its existing design elements for use as a restaurant's consistent with CD4L2 zoning, which was really created for the purpose of promoting, quote, the development of walkable mixed-use human-scaled places by providing standards for building form and placement related elements of development. I believe that approving the variances would also be consistent with the decision of the board in 2017. The proposed restaurant will make a viable use of property that really has been unoccupied for the most part for most of the past 15 years. We did have the Wrap Shack out there. I represented them when that food truck occupied the property, but that didn't last as long as I think many people hoped. I know their plan from having presented that application was actually to take that and eventually expand into the building and have something similar to what we're proposing tonight. That never came to fruition. Property is encumbered by deed restrictions that prohibit a number of the potential permitted uses under the ordinance, including residences, bed and breakfast, child care facilities, and schools. There are also environmental conditions of the property that have to be accounted for in any plans to develop it or redevelop it. The proposed restaurant will operate, I would argue, very similarly to other food and beverage related establishments in the immediate area. I've already cited some examples, but the kitchen, Lexi's Joint, Liar's Bench are all businesses in that immediate surrounding area and district that have equal or greater occupant load per parking space than you would find with this property. Lexi's Joint has a total of 20 occupant load of 24. They have 4 parking spaces. The kitchen has a total of 72, 48 interior, 24 exterior. We're proposing 24 here as well, but they only have 2 spaces. Liar's Bench 98, 48 interior, 50 exterior, 1 per 10. And I'm not aware of, I think the kitchen may have been grandfathered, but the liar's bench, I'm not aware, not to throw them under the bus, of any variance ever having been applied for, despite the fact that the approvals have been granted for their outdoor seating as well. I think that speaks to the intent of the ordinance more than anything. I would submit to the board that this will serve as a neighborhood gathering place, connection between the West End and the downtown, that it will breathe life and vibrancy into this particular property, which is relatively lifeless in its existing state, other than some equipment piled up out front. And I think it'll generally make the area a more attractive place to live and work. As such, the proposed use will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood. The original design by the applicant did call for 106 seats total, indoor and outdoor. That was actually what was originally submitted. Before the legal notices went out, we were trying to work with that to reduce that number, and we were able to get it down to what you see now, which is 74. That is like the minimum threshold for making this economically viable is what was determined. So this is not an attempt to reach and see what we can get. It's really, truly what you need. There would be no threat to public health, safety, or welfare posed by granting the variances. The existing building is obviously in disrepair, doesn't meet current building and safety standards. The renovated building additions will. Anything you touch will have to come up to code. And as I pointed out previously, there are many elements of this that will have to undergo a lot more scrutiny. We can expect some changes are going to have to be made, some stipulations, if it makes it through this board to the next level. Substantial justice will be done by granting the variances to determine this. As the board is aware, the board must balance the equities between the rights of the private landowner versus those of the public. The uses that can be made of the property are very limited, as I've already pointed out, and the cost and challenges associated with redevelopment are significant. That limits the potential pool of prospective purchasers, tenants, and also the uses of the property. The applicant's plan is a viable long-term solution for the property. I believe it's reasonable and consistent with the city's CD4L2 zoning. And I would submit to the board that denial of the variances would result in a loss that's not outweighed by any tangible gain to the public. Surrounding property values would not be diminished by granting the variance. Surrounding property values should likely, I would hope, improve. If anything, they'll stay static. I mean, the property's an eyesore in its existing condition, so any exterior improvements would, I think, help the neighborhood. Denying the variance would constitute an unnecessary hardship. The property has a number of special conditions, which I've already pointed out several of. The property is a corner lot, has 2 front yards, doesn't conform to current zoning in most respects in its existing state, doesn't conform to the setback, front line, lot line build-out standards, open space, parking, you name it. It basically doesn't comply. The deed restrictions are also special conditions, which make it a challenging property to develop or redevelop. And I mean, it really is those existing conditions that are driving the need for the variances tonight. So the applicant is taking a derelict dump of a property, for lack of better words, and turning it into something good, and improving the open space, green space on the property. So for these reasons, there is no fair and substantial relationship between the general purposes of the ordinance provisions, their application to the property, and the proposed use is reasonable. The Lexus joint approval in 2017, I think, speaks to many of the same issues that are before you tonight, if not all the same. In case the board would find it helpful, I did bring copies of the minutes from that decision, just because they put some of the, I think, some of the concerns that you might have into context and how they were addressed at that time. Obviously, you're your own independent decision makers, but I think at least it's helpful to see that. So if I could, I'd just pass it around, maybe starting at the left.
Give me Mr. Mantle, he can distribute them.
Thank you.
I don't expect you to read this while I'm up here, but I would just conclude by stating that I believe the applicant has demonstrated that it meets all the criteria for granting the variances. Hope the board will approve the application tonight. I know I'm going to have some additional comments. I know there's probably some people here that want to speak to the application, so I'll reserve those for that time. Give the board an opportunity to ask any questions it has of me, and also an opportunity for the public to speak. I thank you for your consideration of the application. I know the applicant does as well. There's been a lot of thought that's gone into this, and happy to answer questions.
All right. Thank you, Attorney Durbin. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant, Mr. McDonald?
Hi, thanks for coming back. The whole city is hoping that you succeed.
I hope so.
One of the questions, we've heard this a couple of times already, one of the questions that comes bubbling up to the surface every time is the fate of the below-ground fuel tanks, and what is the plan for dealing with them?
I'm going to let Mr. Labrie speak to that, since he's the property owner with the most intimate knowledge of the DES file on the property. And if that's okay with the board, I'll let him address that.
Good evening, Michael Labrie. Those tanks have been long since removed. There are monitoring wells on the property. It's in the state petroleum system. The levels of contamination have been diminishing over the years, which is what they like to see. They've removed approximately 200 yards of contaminated soil, and so the bulk of the contamination has been dealt with and continues to improve.
So you would characterize it as under control, or?
It's gone through their program. They've done everything that they feel, that the state, that is, they have done everything that they feel that they need to do. They have lots of money to throw at this sort of situation, and they have done so, and yes, I believe it's in pretty good shape. The Getty Corporation, as standard protocol, puts deed restrictions such as no residential use, et cetera, whenever they sell one of these properties, because they want to limit their liability moving forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Ms. Margin?
Yes, just a question for Attorney Durbin. Could you briefly address why Fisher v. Dover does not apply to the denial of what I think is a different application from August 2021?
I think the simplest reason would be, let's say that you're going to consider the outdoor seating as part of this, since we've included as a variance request. I believe it doesn't apply because we've reduced the amount of overall seating by, my math is terrible, and Beth, you're a lawyer, so I don't know if your math is better than mine, but I went to law school because I wasn't good at math. But you're talking about a 25% rough plus minus difference, so I think that that's significant enough to bring it before this board. If you if you don't find that if you find that the outdoor seating is part of this. No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any more questions for that? All right, seeing none, I'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor of this application?
Hi, good evening. Max Rice. I'm a resident in the West End. I live at 56 Fells Road. And as I think about the application, I generally just think about the overall improvement that it would offer to our community. I'm a father of a family. I've got young kids, and I think about going to a place like this for breakfast and lunch. Compared to what it is now, I generally just see it as an improvement. It's been mentioned that the current state of the property is a bit of an eyesore. It's been that way since I can recall. And so I hope that you'll consider approving it, because I think that it'll increase the general feel of our community. So thanks for the consideration.
Anyone else would like to speak in favor of this application? Anyone on Zoom, please? All right, is there anyone present who would like to speak in opposition to this application?
Hi, good evening. I'm Stephen Iandoli. I live at 369 Islington Street. I'm speaking on behalf of the undersigned here. I did submit this document, so you'll have a chance to read it as well. I'm speaking for the residents at 371A Islington, 371B Islington, and 366 Islington, right next to or right across the street from the Getty Station. My parking spot is one of the two that Attorney Durbin referenced as sharing the easement with the Getty Station. I'm here to speak against the proposed business and the variance it seeks. They have read this presentation, the undersigned, and signed their names in support. Lucky 13 Properties is seeking to expand its impact on that site, and as a result, the entire neighborhood by close to 5 times, seeking the over-occupancy from 50 to 250. And this would absolutely negatively impact, I know, my quality of life, because my window is directly over. It was directly over the food truck. I love the smells, but they only have, they would only have 12, 15 people as walk-up customers. So that was very minimal impact. This board voted, actually, Attorney Durbin referenced the 2017 ruling in favor of Lexi's, but there's a much more recent precedent. This board voted against the Tuckaway Tavern that was seeking to come in and put a food concept in this very same location with very similar variances, and that was this year. So there's a reason that there's existing conditions on this property, and one of the reasons, many of the reasons I think led to the decision to reject the Tuckaway Tavern. Though that entity's over-occupancy variance, the Tuckaway Tavern request, and their request for additional parking was also part of this decision, it is simply not available to accommodate, this area is not available to accommodate that size of a business, nor is it able to accommodate the size that's needed to make it economical for the owners. They're now seeking the occupancy overload to up to 250 people. Again, that's 5 times what's currently allowed. There's a reason that only 50 is allowed, and that is in part for the benefit of the neighborhood. So not all citizens want to see, well, I think a lot of citizens would love to see something in this location. It's just got to be the right thing in this location. According to the owner of the last entity that sought to enter this location, the Tuckaway Tavern, his current eatery attributes less than 20% of its business to alcohol. Now, it's rumored that the food concept going in here is a brewery. I don't know if that's true or not, but if true, obviously there's going to be a lot higher dependency on alcohol being sold. The entity looking, as I mentioned, that will inevitably lead to a severe public health risk. That section of Islington Street is arguably the most dangerous stretch of road in this city. Within the past 6 months, I have pulled a woman out of a car that struck another car, flipped her Jeep about 5 months ago. Less than 2 months ago, there was another person that rammed into, caused thousands of dollars of property damage directly across the street in front of 366 Islington Street. Both of those incidences were near fatal crashes, and they both led to DWI arrests from people coming from either downtown or the West End. And now this is going to be right there. So to have 250 people entering cars in that neighborhood, to have 250 people seeking parking in that neighborhood, to drive away after visiting is, I think, dangerous. My building, again, is at 369 Islington Street, and it shares the easement with the Getty Station. The Getty Station has been fairly vacant since I've been there for 7 years, outside of a couple of temporary tenants, and those near crashes I've personally witnessed. This expansive business would cause immeasurable risk to us and the hundreds of pedestrians who walk along that street every day. The noise and personal energy generated by a business seeking 5 times more impact on the neighborhood, I believe, would be too unbearable to even imagine. The variance they seek, that's actually lowest on the priority list, is also actually the most detrimental to me, potentially. I know that Attorney Durbin mentioned that it wasn't going to be a dumpster, it was going to be trash cans, but I'm just going on the abutters notice, and the abutters notice does say a dumpster, which would be right under my window. While we would all love to see the business or the space occupied, it's got to be the right kind of space. We don't think this is that. The impact would cause more extreme, or the impact that this would cause would be extremely detrimental and could force homeowners to flee the area. You know, this is one of the best neighborhoods, in my opinion, in all of Portsmouth. It is one of the last ones to be developed, and the character and safety of this great area is essential, I think, to uphold. We have the utmost confidence in this board to consider the potential negative effects any business would have on our community, as you've all proven over and over again that you do take residents' quality of lives into consideration, and you set the most recent precedent for this location earlier this year. So we simply ask that you please continue with that train of thought tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there anyone else that would like to speak in opposition to this application? Someone on Zoom, Peter?
No.
Good evening, Elizabeth Bradder, property owner, 159 McDonough Street. I hope you got to read your 900 pages that you had to read today, including all of our comments. Most people see this proposal as a bit of nostalgia being saved. What's really being proposed is new additions on the side and the rear, and additions of glass garage doors, which will require structural changes because the difference in weight is over 150 pounds for glass doors versus steel doors. The addition of a commercial kitchen and a complete change of the shape and structure of this building. It is true that one way to get neighbors to get on board with something is to not maintain a piece of property. However, the lack of actively listening to what neighbors have brought up years and years in a row is actually neglectful. This proposal could get what they need, if you get my little pun there, to run a nice neighborhood business and still be respectful of close to 30 residential units that surround this property. They are direct abutters. The legal argument raised regarding egress could go on all night, but the truth is if any alcohol is served at all in the outdoor seating area, it will be required to be enclosed and have egresses. And once the restaurant is approved, or whatever approvals you give, those can roll into another business. So just keep that in mind, as we know. The maximum occupancy load for CD4L2, as you note, is 50, and anything above that is prohibited. Let's say you approve 74. Those 74 people could easily fit in the outdoor seating area, and it would likely be permitted because the occupancy load is not defined as indoor and outdoor seating. It's defined to include outdoor seating, but it does not say where. And that's the confusion that's happening here. We're not talking about giving approval for outdoor seating. We're talking about giving approval for occupancy. And occupancy load here is 50. It is strictly the approval of the number of people. Actually, if you approved only 50, a stipulation of stating that only 25 people could sit outside at one time would be nice for the neighbors, especially those who live across the street, for which the sound will bounce. It could also have a stipulation similar to the other restaurants in the neighborhood, such as Lexi's, which closes at 8, The Kitchen, which closes at 8, and Cafe Killam, which is open from 7 to 5. The approval in 2017 was only for 50 people, and that comparison has been used repeatedly. Liar's Bench, on the other hand, has continuously had noise complaints, not only from this side of the North Mill Pond, but from the other side. They also have major parking problems, and they have quite a few spaces because at night they share that parking space where Washburn's, well, it's called something else now, I think Ferguson's, but the plumbing place is closed at night and they share that. They have about 20 spaces, but they still have parking problems. There are many factors to consider when enlarging a non-conforming use. The impact on the surrounding properties, the impact on safety, which directly impacts our community. The previous approval was an increase of only 90 square feet, and it included all the required parking spaces and was only for 50 people. This proposal will need anywhere between 20 and 40 spaces, depending on tonight's approval, and all those cars will be entering and exiting a very dangerous intersection in Portsmouth. The city has tried for years to prevent accidents here, but they occur quite regularly. I just want to bring up one thing in regards to enlarging on a non-conforming use, and that is a use that is non-conforming as to the requirements of off-street parking shall not be enlarged or altered until off-street parking is provided for the original building. And I know you're not voting on parking, but what you decide will impact parking, and they're only providing 10 spaces, and they need between 20 and 40. I would also like to talk briefly about the totes. I have a restaurant in we have a restaurant in one of our buildings. It's a lot smaller than what is being proposed here. They have a 4-yard dumpster, which gets emptied twice a month. A 4-yard dumpster amounts to 8 totes. I want to know how that emptying is going to be accomplished. And I want you to think about what Bow Street looks like when their dumpsters, when their totes are out there on that extra large, super wide sidewalk. And now envision 8 totes on a small sidewalk. Just something to think about. Please consider each of these variances separately. There are way too many of them to combine them, and they all have different impacts on the neighborhood. Please do not approve the variance to increase the occupancy. It would be contrary to public interest, not only because of the general noise and activity, but because of the increase in traffic at a dangerous intersection, and the entire neighborhood will be impacted because there will be no place to park. They will be circling Islington Creek and Goodwin Park neighborhoods. We know that people don't walk, and the reason we know that, the only day I see White Heron have people walking is on Sunday. Other than that, their parking lot is full, and people are driving in and out, continuously blocking Islington Street. The same thing is true for Dunkin' Donuts. On Sunday, people walk to Dunkin' Donuts. Maybe some people do on Saturday after they do their lawn work. But most people drive, so we need to be realistic about that. The spirit of the ordinance is to prohibit more than 50 people in CD4L2. It's a one-building-wide corridor, which is abutted directly by predominantly residential neighborhoods of GRC, and it was created to protect those neighborhoods. This will have to get a special exception, and their footprint is 15,000 square feet. So if they want to put more than 50, they need to not allow the variance for more than 50 people would be substantial justice would be done to protect the neighborhoods, because what they're asking for is a 50% increase in cars, people, and associated activity. People would be coming and going. 74 people are not going to be there. Their cars are going to be moving. There is no hardship here. The kitchen, Lexi's, and Cafe Killam survived COVID. The most difficult time for restaurants and businesses alike, and none of them can seat more than 50 people. The variance to increase the size of the non-conforming use should only be allowed if the additions are combined and only added to the front of the building, thereby opening up the rear to add more parking, save an old tree that's probably a few hundred years old, and decrease the size of the outdoor area to be a more reasonable size for a neighborhood. That specific part of Islington Street has 30 residential units that surround it. Liar's Bench has residential units on one side. The other 3 are commercial. So you're talking about putting something that's all surrounded by residential, comparing it to something that has 98 spots, 50 in and 48 out, which is very similar to what they're telling you, but it's not similar because they are behind 2 commercial buildings. They are next to a bank that's closed, and on the one side where their outdoor seating is where they sit next to residential. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, anyone else to speak in opposition to this application? Anybody on Zoom, Peter? Anyone?
Somebody.
Oh, sorry.
Hi, my name is Sally Elshow, and I'm a property owner at 311 Cabot Street, which is at the intersection of Cabot and McDonough. So I have 3 points. I mostly have concerns about the design here. The first one is the amount of people and the privacy to the neighbors. I think the previous speaker spoke an awful lot about the capacity, so I don't need to say as much. But, you know, it applies to parking and to traffic there. So if you're to go above 50, I think it would be a big detriment to the community of those who live around there. The parking spots, if you look at the drawing, and the only thing, because I know that there's variances added for the additions onto it, that's why I just want to mention the parking and the entrance and exit. I lived here and in the 80s, and I was a customer of Getty's, and rarely did people drive in on the Cabot Street intersection. You drove in from Islington and you drove out of Islington. In this proposal, the way it's showing you is that everybody would have to exit onto Cabot Street. And if you exit, and I've done this when it was Wrap Shack and even today, if you're in that parking lot and you turn right to go to that intersection, your car actually goes into the other side, so the oncoming traffic. There will be a massive, massive jam up, and every single car that goes in has to go out that way, whether they park there or not. I do agree that you know, I was a frequent customer of Kitchen and Lexi's, and I drove there sometimes. If it's raining or snowing, I'm not going to walk all the time, so something to consider. I think that's it. So privacy, the other thing I wanted to mention about parking is that we all know that parking is a problem in that area and in Portsmouth in general. And there was a parking test that went on, and everybody was allowed certain, I don't need to tell you about it, I think you already know about it, right? I see some nodding heads still, so.
But don't go by me.
Okay, so if in that area, if you, for Cabot Street was part of it, part of McDonough as well, and maybe some other streets, but I'm mostly concerned about Cabot, that if you didn't have 2 off-street parking, then you were allowed to have a guest pass. It was free, but now the town has proposed that they want to charge $125. I think it's up to 2 per house to actually park on the street. And will we be competing against cars that will go through there to look for parking spots when we have to pay for parking spots and maybe those folks don't necessarily have to? So anyway, so the amount of people parking and that intersection, I think, is a very, very bad decision. I don't know how to fix it, but I think if you could enter and exit on Islington, it would be better. Thanks.
Thank you. So anyone else to speak in opposition? On Zoom, nobody? Anybody? Oh, sorry.
Good evening. My name is Lenore Weiss Bronson. I live at 828 Woodbury Avenue, so I'm not in a butter, but I care about all of our residential neighborhoods in Portsmouth. And I was on the property today, and I also did speak to an abutter whose letter you have in your packet, Mr. J. Beal. I'm in support of the abutters who have already spoken. They've covered pretty much everything that I would, and more, that I would say. But what was really concerning to me, again, and I'm repeating, is that that if I understood correctly, they would not, the applicant would not be providing even half, they would be providing less than half the required parking spaces. And then when I looked at the property and saw, which this one abutter pointed out to me, that again, this is repeating possibly, but for emphasis, there's an access on Islington into the property, but then as one neighbor said, on Cabot, it's an access and an egress, and it's such a small area. I don't know how big it is, but people will be coming in and out, and then going on to Cabot directly into that intersection. As soon as you take a right, you're in the intersection. And of course, there's a light. But this person I spoke to, too, one of the people who lives in the area, said that, again, there are a lot of accidents there. And he said bi-monthly, so and didn't go into detail, but it seemed logical almost that there would be accidents there. The other thing that I wanted to bring up was that there is an amazingly beautiful big oak tree on the border of that property to the next property, residential property. It's difficult to say exactly what the location is because it's right on the border. I measured it today. It's 11 feet in circumference. It looks pretty healthy. I used to be on Trees and Greenery Committee. I'm not an expert, but it looked pretty healthy. And so I looked up online approximately how old a tree like that would be, and they said probably, or the calculator said about 175 years old, an oak, and it would have been so pre-Civil War, 1840, late 1840s, it would have been in Portsmouth a lot. So I consider it a historic treasure that should be preserved. And also, I would think that in excavating, and I don't know if Atlas Engineering has considered it, but it must have a big root system, and I would think that excavating right up to the bottom of the trunk would, or near it, would compromise the tree, and I hope that it's not the case also because it could be dangerous. It's very large with a lot of boughs. And that is really all that I had to say, but I just really hope you consider the residents in this case and their quality of life. And also, I'd just like to say that I also have appreciated Arthur Parrott very much over the years, and I'd like to congratulate him and thank him. And thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else in opposition? Seeing none, anybody to speak to, for, or against the application?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, again, for the record, Derek Durbin on behalf of the applicant. Just a few of the comments I wanted to address. One about dealing with the variances separately. This is a property where you really can't do that. The variances themselves are interrelated, as you can tell, driven by the existing conditions of the property. I know what that was an attempt at, but it's certainly not appropriate with an application like this. I also wanted to clarify, there was reference, and I think it was probably just perhaps an inadvertent misconstruction of the plans or the relief that we were requesting, but we've made the representation of the board and only asked for 44 interior seats and, let's not mess up the math, but 24 outdoor seats, let's say that, the rest being on the inside. That is, if you consider the outdoor seating, that is all we're requesting. It's 74 total seats is what we're asking for, not 250, nothing above 74. Also, and I think this is extremely important to sort of paint the picture overall, the variances are being requested. We're actually asking for, the variances are asking for a smaller structure than what's allowed by the ordinance, which is interesting. It's the converse of what we're used to dealing with. We're actually seeking variances because we can't build it out as is contemplated by the ordinance. If we did, you're losing even more parking. This has been designed to truly maximize the parking while balancing the economic viability of what's being proposed. And it's also assuming full occupancy at all times, which we know is not the case. One other quick note is with Lexi's Joint, and that's a bit of a confusing application. The reason I draw references to it is because of that outdoor area that they proposed was significantly larger than the outdoor area we're proposing. Seats were not shown on that. There were no limitations put on that. And I know for a fact that it was the attorney's opinion, whether stated to the board at that meeting or not, that it was outside the board's purview to consider the outdoor seating. That application was left vague. The board never discussed it specifically. If you look at the minutes, an occupant load of 50 was sought. But if you read between the lines, the occupancy load and the legal opinion behind that is applied to the building itself. And I think you could probably look at those plans and see that something much larger was proposed. So I think there's some nuances to that. But here again, we're pulling it actually back. The addition in the rear is actually creating less impact than that would have upon those in the front of the property. Also necessary to have a little more space because of the nature of the business, and I know there's some mystique around that right now because I haven't talked about it a lot, but it will involve baking. So we need a little more space than what they may have for Lexi's Joint at that particular time. Also, gas station traffic, obvious prior use of the property, is much more intense than what's being proposed here. I know traffic safety concerns have been highlighted tonight by the public. Those are valid concerns, I think, any use of this property. I would say, again, and you've probably heard this line by a number of attorneys, but it really is truly outside this board's purview. Site plan regulations were created for the exact purpose of dealing with these types of technical engineering issues. Be that as it may, I did want to just briefly bring Eric Weinrip up from Altus Engineering just to touch upon that because it has been brought up. So if I could do that,
Sure.
and if he could have the opportunity as an additional speaker, I would appreciate it. So thank you.
For the record, I am here tonight. Eric Weinberg with Altus Engineering. And I do want to talk about traffic, but I also want to mention the dumpster. The abutter that expressed concern about the variance for the dumpster, we're actually almost 10 feet beyond the minimum to that fence enclosure to his property line. We're actually asking for a 0.7 into the buffer for the fence enclosure. So the totes will probably be pretty close to meeting the requirement, but it's the fence that we measured with that. As far as safety for access on the site, I don't think that any site design we could do would actually have a better site safety than this design. We have to keep the Islington Street access open because of the two easements there. We have the parking easement and the access easement. And because Cabot Street is a signalized intersection, that is the best place to bring traffic back out onto Islington Street. So we're not having traffic exit onto Islington Street in an area where it's not a controlled intersection. So it's a safe intersection coming out onto Cabot. It's on, as far as people not being able to maneuver that and going onto the curb or going into the other lane, it's no different than probably hundreds and hundreds of other intersections within the city that are four-way intersections on Cabot and State, Cabot and Austin. Everywhere in the city, they're four-way intersections, and this one's at least a controlled intersection where traffic is stopped in the opposite direction. We're also showing on the plan those 4 trees at the bottom along Islington Street. That's part of the Islington Street Improvements Project, and actually the street will be narrowed when that happens. So we're making sure that our plans are coordinated with that. So that's all going to be dealt with through TAC, but I just wanted to make it clear that what we're doing is making it a very safe intersection, controlling access at the best locations possible, and keeping the traffic open for the easement for the abutter. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Eric. All right, last call. 2-4 against the application.
Sir,
Anyone
Mr.
else?
Chairman?
Oh, sorry.
Does Attorney Durbin still have the microphone? Because I would like to ask him a question.
Sure.
Attorney Durbin.
I will conclude my comments. Just one last thing that I did want to speak to, because I think it was maybe inadvertently misrepresented to the board by somebody that spoke, but the occupancy loads, if we're considering that issue, at the kitchen that's 72. We're 74 if you count our outdoor space here. They have 24 outdoor seats as well. Liar's Bench is 98. 98. So I wanted to clarify that because I think there was a statement that they're technically in strict compliance even if you count that outdoor seating. It's just not the case. So I just wanted to clarify that. I will.
Attorney Durbin,
Yeah.
I do have a question for, and it has to do with the occupant load. I mean,
Yep.
in Article 15 of the ordinance, which deals with definitions. So the occupant load is defined as the total number of persons that may occupy a building or portion thereof, parenthetically including outdoor decks at any one time. So why wouldn't the outdoor seating be part of the occupant load in this case?
Yeah, and I think I did speak to that a bit in my presentation, but to further those comments, and if you look at that definition, right, it references the building code too, which is really what drives these occupancy calculations. Here, we're not on a structure that would be apply. For example, you apply for a building permit, you're building a deck, you need to be able to prove with a restaurant that you have a certain means of egress for safety reasons. Here, we're on flat ground. It's the same thing as any type of patio or yard area. I know it's a tough one to look at. I mean, it's without, say, the building inspector here, this is how I apply the occupancy calculations, but it really is an 2015 International Building Code definition, and it's not even entirely clear there. But what I believe the intent is really when you're issuing a building permit for structure, that you have proper safety means to get out in the event of a fire or something like that. Maybe Eric would disagree with me. I don't think so, since he's seen my comments, but that's truly I believe the intent, and this is just, it's a bit different here, and I do think that in part is why, aside from trying to encourage outdoor seating, that the city adopted the conditional use permit process and kind of put that issue before the planning board to look at. So, anyways,
thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right.
I do have someone on Zoom.
Okay, we have someone on Zoom, so.
James Beal.
Mr. Fields, can you hear us?
Yes, James Beal here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Chairman and Board of Members. James Beal, 286 Cabot Street. I sent a letter in, but I'd like to voice a few issues that seem to have slipped through, and I'd like some clarification. Although the site plans were presented and everything, it seems that the large 125-year-old oak tree is non-existent. So that makes me question right away the vitality of all the information, because they choose to not disclose whether this tree will be removed or not. More so than that, it states that the property has encumbered by deed restriction and easements, but this knowledge has been known since the sale in September of 2017 to Lucky 13, and therefore should have bear no weight in regard to the request for variances. The approval for the Lexi's joint included 16 parking spaces and no additional construction except for a small side addition. Therefore, it is not functionally the same, as the current proposal would provide less than 50% of the required parking. Again, parking is to be issued at a later date. However, everything is viable based on the occupant load. Once again, we go into definition. Per page 15-29, occupant load amended through 2021 states that the total number of persons that may occupy a building or portion thereof, including outdoor decks. This is what we were just talking about. At any one time, calculated in accordance with the building code. CD 4L2 says 50 people, period. And due to the square footage of what that is, therefore references the number of parking spaces needed. The traffic flow, because of less than 50% parking spaces will become a major issue during certain times. Whether or not you live here or not, if you try to drive down Islington Street from 7 to 9 a.m., pretty much every weekday morning, there is completely stopped traffic in both directions due to the configuration of Dunkin' Donuts and or White Heron. These are my concerns. Islington and Cabot Street intersection is notoriously dangerous. Every time I enter that intersection, I wait because many times cars do not stop. Hopefully with the improvements that have been slated for 2026 on capital improvements, this will change. But these are my concerns. Like all of us, we would like to see something vibrant go into the Getty gas station. However, per the master plan of 2025 and the CD4 L2, the restrictions are 50-person occupancy. So those are my concerns. I hope that this can be worked through so that we can have a restaurant and something that's vibrant for the neighborhood. But we as neighbors who live in here on a daily basis have concerns that should be addressed. For reference, we watched 105 Bartlett request a change of zoning from industrial to residential, stating with drawings that they would do townhouses, character-based, to fit in with the neighborhoods. Little by little, those plans, once they were approved, those variances, have now changed to 3 massive 4 to 5 story buildings with 150 plus units proposed. So we as residents are concerned that if a variance is given for more than 50, that determination is 50 to 200, even though it is deemed 74. So thank you for listening to my concerns, and that is all I have to say.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else on Zoom, Peter?
No, not at the moment.
So,
How you doing? I'm Jeff Dyer, I'm part of the applicant. I just wanted to, first of all, thank you guys. You have a pretty thankless job at times. So all of us in the city, thank you. Just as per the use of the building, we're going to be making bagels. It's not a brewery. There's no way it can be a brewery. So I think those public concern is absolutely relevant, and we want to be a good neighbor, a good steward of the neighborhood. So that is important. I think Sean and myself are novices at this. We're not developers. We're not, professional restaurateurs. We want to make this site a neighborhood enhancement, not an eyesore. We want to be good neighbors, and that's kind of part. The additional space we're putting on the back, it's because you need a lot of space to make bagels. It literally takes a lot of space. You got to lay them out, and they got to rise overnight. So that is legitimately what the extra square footage is for. Unlike the Lexi's need, their kitchen was really small, and we couldn't work in such a kitchen. So I thank you guys. I hope the other concerns can be spoken to. I know the traffic is definitely something, but Eric, I don't know if anybody else knows the city better than Eric. So he thought about the site, and he said, hey, we can do X, Y, and Z, nixed a lot of the ideas that we had, because this is the best use of it. So again, thank you all.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no one else rise, one more.
Elizabeth Bratter, property owner, 159 McDonough Street and 342 Cabot. I just wanted to make you aware of something, and Peter Stith may know the answer to this, but the it used to be that depending on where you were, you could have outdoor seating. But the city changed that, and I want to say it was 2018, that there were new regulations. Everybody who wanted to have outdoor seating needed a CUP, which took it off of your desk for officially approving outdoor seating and not. And by doing that, they included, when they made that change, to my knowledge, you're going to have to look it up maybe, they included the occupancy of the outdoor seating as well as the indoor, because a lot of places were abusing that. They were extending the outdoor seating to be a lot more than what was allowed in that zone. So they added that in as part of the zoning change. It's also included, I can get the thing about gross floor area. It also includes outdoor covered terraces and porches. So although we could argue all night about this, the reality is whatever you approve, whether the bagel place makes it or not, will stay with the property. We all know variances stay with the property, and therefore that's why the neighbors have a concern. It's not about whether somebody's nice. The Little White Wrap Shop was very nice. They were wonderful neighbors, but they did not get more than 50. Lexi's did not ask for more than 50, and we're asking you to protect our neighborhood from too many people. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. You could quickly, sir.
Absolutely. Stephen Iandoli, 369 Islington Street. I forgot to mention concerning the easement that we share. I have personally, obviously the exit and entrance on Cabot Street, I appreciate the danger of that. I personally, walking my dog from the back of my building to the front of my building, have had to dodge cars coming flying off of Islington Street into that easement, whether it's to do a U-turn or just to park or because they're lost. So my fear is the easement on Islington Street as well as the Cabot Street. There is really no safe in or out to this property. So I just wanted to paint that picture for you too. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'll be quick. Sally Elsha, 311 Cabot Street. So the 50 people, obviously we've talked that to death about why we think it should be no more than that. But my recommendation is that they do a traffic study at the intersections of Cabot and Islington. I have tried walking across that intersection before, and you have to be careful because cars do go flying by, mostly from in town headed out of town. Snowstorms, we've had so many snowstorms, you can't even see cars coming around that intersection. So I would recommend that there be a traffic study for that intersection, various different times of the day and different days of the week, so that you can see weekend traffic and also weekdays. And obviously there'll be a lot of pedestrians walking, so somehow if we can do something to secure the safety of the people who are crossing that intersection, that would be greatly appreciated. But let's do this traffic study.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right. Seeing no one else rise, I close the public hearing, and we are long past our 9 o'clock break. Marge, did you?
So I think that we should finish this before we take our break.
Okay.
I mean, I don't know anybody else.
Yes.
Okay. So, and I just.
Carry on.
So I just wanted to say a few things for the public, and I understand everybody's concerns, I really do. The traffic issues will be dealt with by the Technical Advisory Committee and the Planning Board. This board doesn't have any purview over that. This board also doesn't have any purview over the parking spaces. That is also now a conditional use permit by the Planning Board. We cannot weigh in on those issues. I just want to say that I do believe that 10.440, which is the variance for the occupancy load, does not apply to this project. They are proposing 43 interior seats, 31 exterior seats. The 31 exterior seats are also a conditional permit for the planning board. They are not under our purview because they are under the 50 threshold for the indoor use that is allowed by zoning. The CD4 L2 allows for up to 50, for a restaurant with up to 50 patrons in it. So I do not believe that this needs a variance for the load. As I read the International Building Code, the seating involves an outdoor deck, which I think includes the addition that they are proposing, not the seating in front, because that is not really attached to the building. There are doors. It's not attached to the building, so I do not believe that this 10.440 is applicable to this application.
So, any more discussion?
So to understand, Ms. Margison, since we have 5 variances, number 3 is off the table.
Yes.
Okay.
Because it's allowed by right in the
Yeah,
district.
because going to what Attorney Durbin said, that is, to use his expression, nuanced. Because there's 43 in and 31 out, and that's how they got to over 50. And like you said, we don't have purview over it, so.
Over the 31 that are outside. That is, I mean, I read Attorney Durbin's menu. I'm sorry, I'm thinking of the bagel shop. We're talking about restaurants. I looked at the zoning ordinance myself. It's very clear that outdoor dining is a CUP from the planning board. I do not find that this is an outdoor deck that attaches to the main part of the building, and I therefore do not think that they need a variance.
Well, would anyone be bold enough to make a motion incorporating that?
You guys always give me the hard motions.
But you do them so well.
Okay. I move to approve this variance, these various variance requests as presented and advertised, and if I get a second, I will say why.
All right, so would there be a second?
Second.
And there is a second.
Okay, so these are hard. So variance number 3 does not apply. The other variances are for secondary front yard setbacks, left yard setbacks, open space coverage, and also the front line build out. And so going to the criteria, and I got to take these all at once because that is our usual practice. Granting the variance would be contrary to the public interest. Granting the variance would observe the spirit of the ordinance. This is a CD4 L2 district, which allows for residential use on the ground floor. It does allow for shallow front yards and shallow and medium front yards. They are looking for variable private landscaping and on-site accessory parking. These will not have shallow yards. You know, the purpose of this district is to have build out. However, I believe there's special conditions on this property that counteract that. So, and also the CD4 L2 district also is meant to preserve and enhance and make for human scale and walkable, in a walkable district. And I find that that meets that. It meets those criteria, and that it preserves the Getty Station, which, since it's in the historic district, we have to preserve. It is there. Again, this is so hard because there's so many, but I do not believe that this is this alters the essential character of the neighborhood. There are many restaurants in the neighborhood. Lexi's is in the neighborhood. Restaurants are allowed by right for up to 50 are allowed in the neighborhood. I do not believe that there are health, safety, and welfare considerations. This is a fairly minor impact as it is allowed by zoning. Granting the variance would do substantial justice. The variances are primarily for changes to the setbacks, and also there is for parking to be allowed in the front of a restaurant, which Lexi's also has, and also the 1-foot variance for the dumpster. I do not believe that the public would be benefited by upholding those requirements, and I think that there would be a substantial detriment to the applicant by upholding those requirements. The little enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance will result in unnecessary hardship. The property has special conditions that distinguish it from other properties in the area. I don't actually find the deed restrictions that compelling as special conditions, but the easements are. There are easements that around this property that have to be respected, and that really restricts the placement of buildings on the property. So owing to that, there is no really fair and substantial relationship between the public purpose of these variances of the ordinance and the application to this property. The proposed use is a reasonable one because this is a restaurant that is allowed for up to occupancy load that is allowed by right in the CD4 L2 district. I don't know if I did that right.
We need to include the staff.
Because there's, dimensional variances, and also there's the dumpster and the parking in the front, and unscreened parking was another variance, so.
There's a staff recommendation for a occupancy load stipulation of 74.
Well, if you've determined that that's not needed,
Never mind.
then that wouldn't be recommended. But the other one about the design and location of the project may change based on HCC and planning board review and approval.
Yes, that would be a good stipulation, because this has to go through TAC, it has to go through planning board, and the HDC obviously has got to approve the design of this building, so.
And your second, Mr. Mallon.
Just a few comments, since we're just approving 1, 2, 4, and 5. Correct, Peter?
And 6.
Okay. I appreciate the efforts gone into it. A restaurant in this location, while it's a great idea, I mean, a diner, a coffee shop, anything like that, if you're going to put a downtown restaurant there, you're going to have issues. Strictly because of this specific location, regardless of whether it was a gas station before. When you're going down Islington Street from the bypass toward downtown, after Liar's Bench, across the street's the Bread Box. You have 8 residential houses, whether they're single family or 2-family, 3-family, I don't know. You have 8 residential houses, then you have the Getty Station. Then you have another 12 residential houses on the same side of the street. The entire side of the street is all residential. I mean, for what you're trying to do, if this was flipped with where the mobile station is, you probably get a lot more leeway simply because that's so much closer to downtown. But because this is an island all by itself, it's going to be difficult, because whatever you do here is going to have a direct impact to whatever the residences are around there. How much of an impact? We'll see. But I appreciate the effort. Can we restrict hours of operations?
Planning board can.
No?
The planning board can do that.
On the planning board. Okay, because that would be my only added stipulation. But other than that, I approve.
All right, any more discussion?
I just want to comment that, to me, the overriding consideration is that the property is really an eyesore as it sits, and many attempts have been made to make use of it. And they have all met, untimely ends, let's say. So that to me supports the notion that these sorts of changes are necessary in order to make a viable space there that can be utilized for private and public good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would just concur with that. I hope that this is an ongoing concern for your sake, but also for ours, so that we don't have to deal with another variance application for this property.
I don't want to come back for it either.
Yeah. So-
All right, so any more discussion? All right, we'll move to a vote. The motion is to approve. Mr. Mantle,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Ms. Margison,
Yes.
Ms. Eldridge,
Yes.
Mr. Rossi,
Yes.
Mr. Mattson,
Yes.
and the chair also votes yes. You are approved. Thank you. And we are in recess for a short break. Not too long, but long enough.
Who doesn't eat bagels?
those.
Good afternoon, we're back in session. So the next application is the request of, sorry, where are we? Okay. Request of David A. Sinclair and Nicole Gusto, owners, for property located at 765 Middle Street. Whereas relief is needed for construction of a new detached garage with a dwelling unit above, which requires the following. 1, a variance from section 10.513 to allow 3 principal dwellings on a lot where only 1 is allowed per lot. 2, variances from section 10.521 to allow a lot area per dwelling of 5,376 feet, where 7,500 is required per dwelling unit. And B, a 10-foot rear yard where 20 feet is required. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 148, Lot 37, and lies within the General Residence A, GRA, and Historic Districts, LU-22-196. Who is here to speak to this application?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Tim Phoenix from Hopeful Phoenix, Gormley and Roberts, here on behalf of Nicole Justo and David Sinclair. David is with me in the front row. Also with us are Eric Weinrib from Atlas Engineering.
Atlas.
Who's done the technical work. We have Robbie Woodburn, who's done the landscape design, and Jen Ramsey of Soma Studios, who's done the building design. I'll start you with the existing conditions plan that Eric did. You're probably all familiar with the lot before it ever came before you. It's a beautiful lot at the corner of Middle and Lincoln, with a beautiful, what I've described in here as an exquisite architecture home, and behind it, if you're looking from Middle Street, carriage house. You can see them on the plan here. The parking is all outdoors. They park either next to or between the two buildings. I'd also point out on this plan, you can see the dashed line about splitting the property. This used to be 2 lots years ago, and they were involuntarily merged by the city. There's nothing except a kid's playground type thing on the northerly part today, but a former owner had put a swimming pool on the lot, and since they had done that, a former owner had treated the lots as merged, and therefore they remain merged. My point being that if that hadn't happened, we could arguably have a second lot here. The lot is relatively large for the area. It's 21,504 square feet. If you looked at the tax map that I included as Exhibit 8 to my memorandum, you'll see there are a few large lots, but mostly there are small lots, and this one is rather large for the area. So going to, that is not the right plan. Remember, I submitted the wrong one, and had this.
I was wondering what that was doing in there. It's, the one with the funny yellow.
I don't know if you can find it. Well, I'll keep going. You've had it in your packets. I was submitting 2 different things at 2 different places, and somehow that happened. Anyway, so what we're trying to do is proposing a new structure. You can see it to the top left, so the northeasterly corner of the building. The existing driveway and parking area will be expanded to connect to it. It's going to be essentially a 4-car garage covering approximately 2,000 square feet. And Mr. Sinclair and Ms. Juso want to put an apartment over it. They're building this structure, so they thought they'd take advantage and put an apartment, and there's going to be a small office space over it as well. And the reason that it's been done this way, and the reason for some of these variances, is they wanted to create a courtyard effect between the 3 buildings. That's the primary reason that we're asking for the setback relief. As you'll see, the setback is at 10 feet, but the carriage house is a little bit closer to the back, that lot line, at about 8.5 feet. The other thing that does is allows the building to be about 10 feet back. There's a home fairly close to that northerly lot line, and we wanted to keep it back a little bit to allow air, light, and space for that neighbor looking out or exiting their home or looking out their windows, et cetera, over onto this yard. So the exterior designed by Jen has been intended to blend well with the extraordinary architecture of the existing home and carriage house. The home at the corner of the two streets is a single-family home occupied by the family, and the carriage house has two apartments, one bedroom and one two-bedroom. So there are 3 living units on the site in 2 buildings. I'd also attached, and you don't need to find it, Peter, but I'd also attached, hopefully correctly, Exhibit 9, which David prepared, which is, he measured 300 feet from his property line and found all properties that are multifamily. Now, they're mostly different because they're units in one building, and the ordinance treats them different, but we thought it was a good exercise to at least compare what we want to do, which is going to be now 4 units in 3 buildings instead of 3 units in 2 buildings. And David has compared these other multi-units within 300 feet, and the bottom line is that ours is right now, it's got the greatest square footage per unit at 7,168 square feet. As proposed, it'll be 5,376, which is the second, and is well above the average, which is 4,193. Again, it's not a perfect analysis because those, as I said, those are mostly buildings that are in units that are in a single building, but we thought it was it's in the same zone, so we thought it was a good idea to compare it, particularly since this lot is larger than most of those. So as for the relief that we require, it was read, but I'll do it again. 3 dwelling buildings per lot where 2 exist and 1 is permitted. It's self-evident. To provide 5,376 square feet per dwelling units for 4 units where 7,168 square feet exists, which is less than the requirement, and that's 3 units, and 7,500 square feet is required. And then finally, to provide the rear setback of 10 feet for the garage with the unit over it, where 8.7 feet exist for the carriage house and 20 feet would be required. Other permits we have to get, we do have to get planning board review, so this will be fully vetted, and Historic District Commission review will also be required. So with that said, turning to the variance requirements, as you know, since you read my submission so often, we always consider the first 2 together, which is that the variances are not contrary to the public interest and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. And the overall test is, will granting the variance unduly and to a marked degree conflict with the ordinance such that it violates the ordinance's basic zoning objectives? So as I always do, I turn first to the general purposes of the ordinance under section 10.121, which identifies consideration of the use of land, buildings, and structures for business, industrial, and residential and other units. Now, while the ordinance limits residential uses to 1 building per lot, we think the proposal is reasonable because of the size of the lot and because it compares favorably with a number of other multifamilies in the area. It also compares favorably with the overall purposes of the GRA district, which is, quote, to provide areas for single-family, 2-family, and multifamily dwellings with appropriate accessory uses at moderate to high densities ranging from approximately 5 to 12 dwelling units per acre. We will have 4 total units, which translates to approximately 8 units per acre. So it's right in the middle of the overall purposes of the zone, which is 5 to 12. As I also mentioned previously, up to 4 units in a single building is allowed. Again, it's not a single building, but we think it compares favorably. If you're converting a building to up to 4 units, the ordinance does give you a reduction to 3,000 square feet per unit. And I don't know whether these ones I've mentioned in this Exhibit 9 were conversions or have all been that way since before zoning. But I thought you ought to know that, but we still think it compares favorably given the area. Secondly is the intensity of land use, including lot sizes, building coverage, height, bulk yards, variances, bulk yards, and open space. We comply with lot size, building coverage, height, and open space requirements. As I mentioned before, we're at about 8 units per acre, where 5 to 12 is what the purpose of the ordinance, GRA ordinance provides for. and we are favorably compared to other multifamily units in the area. Additionally, the new building will not be fully visible unless you're really looking for it. We've given you renderings by Tangram, which is Exhibit 4, as well as some site photographs that show that the building is, as we said, intentionally sort of tucked behind the carriage house. If you're looking at it from the, I mean, look at that building. Look, that's the carriage house. That's just beautiful. So it'll be tucked behind that. You'll get peekaboo little glimpses of it if you're walking up and down the street. And if you look at it from the Middle Street side, you can see that that's the house I was talking about on the left, that we won't push the building back a little bit to give more air and light and, visual positiveness out that side. So you can see it if you're looking for it. It seems large when you start with the 2,000 square feet, but Jen has done a really good job of designing it so that it sort of fits in that corner and doesn't look obtrusive. And Robbie has done a complimentary landscaping plan which will beautify it. And if you ever went by that building in the not all that distant past, and it was all grown over, you couldn't even see the house on it. And these folks have really made it beautiful, and they'd like to keep going with that. Then we look at the design of facilities for access. Right now you have parking that there's no garage. You wouldn't want to put a garage between the house and the carriage house because number one, it would sort of limit access to the backyard, and it would take away the charm of the intent of the original house and placing a carriage house behind it. So we want to keep that open. The cars will now be able to back up and pull out and pull in. You can do that depending upon how many there are. We'll also now have up to 4 inside parking spaces, which is a benefit environmentally and weather-wise for people here in New Hampshire in the winter. We want to look at the preservation and enhancement of the visual environment. I think it speaks for itself. Preservation of historic districts. You've seen some renderings of what a nice job they've done with the existing home and carriage house, and Jen's design complements that, and it will get historic district review. And then protection of natural resources. We won't have any negative effect on that. The area that's left meets open space requirements. There's plenty of area for stormwater, et cetera. So then we turn back to that Malachi Glen case that I cite, and the underlying issue is, will granting the variances alter the essential character of the locality? We think the answer to that is no. It fits in with the character of the locality. There are single families, multifamilies, large houses, small houses, some large lots, some small lots. It's rather eclectic, as is much of the beauty of Portsmouth, and it fits in well. Or will it threaten the public health, safety, or welfare? It will be built to code, will provide covered off-street parking, will allow cars to, for the most part at least, to pull in and pull out as opposed to backing out. So the public health, safety, and welfare will not be threatened. The third test, as I do it, is will the variances diminish surrounding property values? You have letters from 7 of their nearest neighbors, not every single one that touches them, but many. I'll just go through them. We've got 670 Lincoln, which is Joelle and Tebow, 7074 Middle, which is Melissa and Brian McGuire. That's across Middle. The first one was across Lincoln. 736 Middle, which is 2 down on the other side of Middle. 664 Lincoln, which is Karen and Robert Graham, which is directly across from the carriage house. 748 Middle, which is, can't even read my writing, Paula Reyes and Elton Schaefer, which is 1 down across Middle. We've got 648 Lincoln, Karen and Peter Dawson, which is next to 664, and then finally 774 Middle, Apartment 1, which is also across Middle. So we've got some pretty good neighborhood support. And those neighbors don't give support if they think that the variances are going to diminish their property values. We think this enhances the lot. You can see the form of the driveway there that looks beautiful. You can see the building in the back peeking between the house and the carriage house. There's just no way this is going to diminish property values. The fourth of the 5 tests is the hardship. The first of the prongs is special conditions distinguish the property from others in the area. Usually I'm in here saying this lot is unique or special conditions because it's too small. This one is larger than most, so it would suggest that you should be able to do a little bit more on it than you would one of the smaller lots. As I mentioned before, it's two involuntarily merged lots. It's at the corner of two streets, meaning that there's two front setbacks required. The placement of the existing buildings limits the reasonable location for placing a garage or any other structure. And as I mentioned before, if you attached a garage and living space to the existing home or between the two, you're going to lose both the reasonable access to the backyard and the ambiance of the existing juxtaposition of the house and the carriage house. So for all of those reasons, we believe that special conditions exist, which leads us to whether there's a fair and substantial relationship between the public purposes of the ordinance and its application in this instance. So why do we have one freestanding dwelling per lot? It's to prohibit overcrowding, allow for air, light, separation between neighbors, and permit stormwater treatment. We've already got 2 buildings and 3 units. We believe we have the right to a garage. It makes sense, given the housing shortages. This will be another home for somebody to rent in downtown Portsmouth. Affordability, not sure what that'll be, but at least it provides something that is also going to provide off-street parking. As I mentioned, the 4th unit is tucked over a garage that will house cars, so really won't be noticed. As I also mentioned, we meet the height, building coverage, and open space requirements, and the density is consistent with at least a number of other lots within 300 feet. Not in its layout, but in the number of units or the units, the square footage of area per unit. The purpose of setback requirements is similar, to prevent overcrowding, to provide air, light, separation, and sight lines where appropriate, et cetera. Since this building is behind a carriage house that's already a bit closer than we're proposing, there's no loss of air, light, separation between neighbors, and you've still got adequate area for stormwater management. And then the third and final prong is that the proposed use is reasonable. The case law says if the use is permitted, it's deemed reasonable. This use, residential use, is permitted. The density of the residential use is what we're here to deal with. And then finally, substantial justice will be done by granting the variance, and the test under the Harborside case is if there's no benefit to the public that outweighs the hardship to the applicant, this factor is satisfied. Malachi Glen case, which I always cite, is any loss to the applicant not outweighed by a gain to the general public is an injustice. So we believe that granting these variances to allow this building with this unit at this location will not in any way harm the public. We think we've shown that some strength in that by the number of neighbors or abutters who have submitted letters of support. So there's no harm to the public, but denial will disallow the family from what we think is a reasonable location size of a building to park multiple cars in and have an additional living space in an office. The office would be for David. The living space would be for some couple or family in or who wants to move to Portsmouth. All those reasons, we believe that we meet the requirements for the variances requested. We are all here to answer any questions you may have, so fire away.
All right. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant?
The 10-foot setback to the rear yard, I'm trying to figure out what qualifies as the rear yard on this lot. Is that the one that borders on 733?
Yes, good, very good question. Peter, tell me if I get this right. There are 2 front yards, but the rear yard is deemed to be the one that is opposite the street address front.
That's correct.
Okay, got it.
So since it says 765 middle, that is the rear line.
Thank you.
Sure. All right. Ms. Margin.
So the purpose is for this new addition to rent it out.
And park cars.
David Sinclair, owner 765 Middle Street. The purpose is to park cars and to offer a place for somebody to live.
Okay. And there's one office associated with it?
Yeah, so the footprint's quite large, and if we were to rent the whole place to one, say, individual, it'd be quite large. So kind of took the opportunity to cut out basically one bay and kind of keep it to ourselves for flex space. Could be an office, could be workout room, yoga studio, just kind of like a great room space with flexibility for anyone, really, us or the tenants.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Nothing else? I'm going to sit down.
All right, thank you. All right, we'll open the public hearing. Is anyone here who wishes to speak in favor of this application? Anyone on Zoom?
Lost all our Zoom callers.
No Zoomers?
No Zoomers.
They were interested in the last application.
Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition to this application? Is there anyone who wishes to speak to, for, or against the application? Seeing no one rise, I close the public hearing. All right, board, discussion, or if someone wants to make a motion, we're open for business.
I will not be supporting this application. The zoning ordinance is very clear that there's one dwelling unit per lot. It seems like it's not in character with a residential area. I mean, I know it's another residence, but it is, it just seems like it's gonna be a mini sort of complex or something, but, so don't look at me to do a motion, but.
Comments anywhere?
I think it's a tough one. I mean, I think I kind of agree with you, but it really is a beautiful structure on a beautiful lot, and I do think that it would be just a nice property to have in that location. So I don't really see it being detrimental to the public good to allow this to proceed. I'm a little surprised that the people at 733 Middle Street didn't have anything to say about it, because they're the ones that are going to have the most impact, really, from the location and proximity to the lot line. But they didn't say anything, so I presume they don't have any objection to it. So I probably will support it.
Well, what we consider the application for is the 5 criteria, so it's not really a popularity contest whether the abutters like it or not.
That's true, but one of the criteria is impact of the neighboring abutting property values, and I think if the abutter at 733 felt that the proximity of the new structure was going to affect their property value, they'd be here, and the fact they're not, I presume that they're comfortable that it won't. So I'll get the ball rolling. I'll make a motion to approve the variance as submitted. See if anybody wants to second it.
All right. So if we could get a second, we could continue. Mr. Manley?
Second.
All right. Your motion, Mr. Rossi.
I don't think that the variance is contrary to the public interest because of the reasons that I already mentioned. It's a really nice development of the property, and I do believe that it complies with, or doesn't really comply with, but it resonates with the intention for this zone in terms of the density of housing. Substantial justice is done. I don't see any loss to the public by allowing this to proceed, and I think that the loss to the applicant is not outweighed by potential loss to the public. Value of the surrounding properties are not diminished. We have a lot of abutters who are attesting to the fact that they're comfortable with this, presumably on that basis. And the one abutter that I was concerned about has remained silent, presumably with no objection with regard to the impact on the value of their property. And Therefore, I think that literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. The special condition of this property is that it was forcibly combined into one lot when it had historically been two lots. Had that not been done, the swimming pool is no longer an issue that made that happen. So had that not been the case, there wouldn't even really be an issue with adding a dwelling unit in that spot. So I say for all of those reasons, I support the variance.
Thank you. Mr. Mantle, your second.
I concur.
All right, thank you. Well, I guess I'd have to say I would not be supporting the motion. I remember my first night on the zoning board several years ago when I was sitting down on that end, and I was the first one to vote for a motion that ultimately passed. I think I was the only one that voted against it. It's kind of a lonely position, so I would be standing with Mr. Margison on this one.
Solidarity.
So, there you go. So if there's no further discussion, we will move to a vote. So let's see, Mr. Mantle.
Jim.
Oh, sorry.
I am torn still at this point. Could you elaborate about why you will be voting against it, if that's a reasonable question?
Well, certainly, and I think, Ms. Margison's point was pretty clear. It's
You
one,
were right on that.
zone, dwelling per zone. There's already two there, so this would be three, which is, in my estimation, a bridge too far.
Okay.
You should probably start over at that end to give her
What's
time to
that?
think.
Can I ask the motion maker if he'll entertain the stipulation about design and location may change because this has to go to HTC and planning board?
Yes, so stipulated.
Okay, thanks.
All right, so we ready to vote?
I think also I'll make a comment.
Sure.
The more than one freestanding dwelling on a lot, I know is generally quite sacrosanct in the single-family residence district, but in this case it's the GRA district. Although it is also a criteria to have, and they already have the two dwellings on the lot. But the fact that it's consistent with due to the lot size and the how many dwellings per acre, it's still in meeting with the intent of the ordinance.
Okay, thank you. All right, any further discussion? We'll go for the vote. So, Mr. Mantle,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald,
Yes.
Mrs. Margison,
No.
Ms. Eldridge,
Yes.
Mr. Rossi,
Yes.
Mr. Mattson,
Yes.
and the chair votes no. So it passes 5-2. You are approved.
Thank you very much. Take care.
Now, I note we're well past our 10 o'clock quitting time, so we'll need a motion to continue for the next 4 items on the agenda. If the
4 hours.
what's that?
I'm with it.
She likes that 4 hours.
These,
I'm totally wiped out.
these look relatively innocuous, but Lord knows I've been wrong
Yes.
before.
Never say that out loud.
So,
How many people are left?
Go ahead.
I move that we can continue past the 10 o'clock hour.
second. All in favor?
Aye.
Carry on. All right, next up, Middle Street. Request of Cornwall Properties LLC owner for property located at 50 Cornwall Street, whereas relief is needed for the addition of a shed dormer, which requires the following. Number one, a variance from section 10.521 to allow a 3-foot right side yard where 10 is required. 2, a variance from section 10.321 to allow a non-conforming building or structure to be extended, reconstructed, or enlarged without conforming to the requirements of the ordinance. Said property is shown on Assessor Map 144, Lot 2, and lies within the General Residence C, GRC District LU-22-194. Who's here to speak to this application?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, everybody, for hanging in there. It's been a long night.
I'm Charlie Moreno, property owner. I'm here with my wife Lori, and also our architect Richard DeJardins of McHenry Architecture is here to answer any questions, but I'll make the presentation. So the basic thing here is that we would like to add a small dormer to the back of the house so we can fit a bathroom, a third floor bathroom. There is a bedroom and a small study in that third floor, and it would be nice to have a bathroom there. Without that, there wouldn't be a way to really fit it because of the way the eaves come down. I'll really keep this simple. We did come in last year for a variance, several variance requests to demolish an old structure and rebuild. And at that point, in the architectural design, which was more in the nascent stages, we had in the diagram a small bump up there, but it was early in the design stage. We needed the variance to know if we were going to proceed or not. So because of that, we now have a more defined idea of what that little dormer area is. Also, in redoing the building, we had the property surveyed and found out that our old building was actually almost a foot over the property line. So we had to move the whole thing over. That's a substantial improvement over what was. Anyways, to move on, I'm going to go through the variance criteria. The variance is not contrary to the public interest. First of all, the dormer is set within the building footprint, and it is, I measured it today, it's 25 feet from the nearest abutting house. It's really nowhere near any other house. And so from our neighbor's house, okay, on that side. It really is, you can't really see it from the street, and there are trees that block it. The roof line blocks it from the other directions, and our abutter to the right, the trees block his view, but he's already told me that he is on board with us and has no problem with what our thing is. It's on the third floor. It's really not visible. The spirit of the ordinance is observed. The reason for setbacks is a tight neighborhood, and as you would say, the setbacks are for fire safety, privacy, light, to allow house maintenance. If the buildings are too close, it's hard to put a ladder up to paint or something like that in the future. But I just want to kind of underline that the houses it's far enough apart and easy to get up there. Not easy, but it's possible to get up there with staging or whatever. So there's room for that. It does not affect the light. It's below the roof line. There's no windows in that dormer, so there's no issues for privacy. And all those walls, because they're within the setback, are fire-rated walls. So as far as fire safety, the buildings being too close, that's covered. So I think this is within the spirit of the ordinance. I had other reasons in my application, but just for the purpose of brevity, I'm going to move on unless you had any other questions. But okay, substantial justice is done. Again, we're building a modernized, energy-efficient, fire-safe structure that meets current building codes, fire codes. This would be a part of that. By not having the bathroom there would be a substantial loss to us, but from the public standpoint, there's really no loss. It's kind of a non-visible thing from the street. And I want to say that in the original, I think I might have mentioned in the original design that was presented and approved for the variance, we did Richard showed a bump up there. Probably not quite a shed dormer, but there was a bump up because we knew there was going to be some need for something there. So that had been approved. It's just that this is a little bit higher, a little bit taller. Okay. As far as the values of the properties are not being diminished, again, we're renovating the front part of the house, which is a 1820 or so colonial, and completely renovating that to its former stature. And we removed a really poor-looking addition and are building a architecturally compatible structure behind the house. We're investing significantly into the property. I think it's a win-win for the neighborhood as well. And the small dormer that we're proposing is it's not going to diminish the view or the look of the building at all. It's not highly visible from the street or anything. And then finally, literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. We have limited space on the third floor for a bedroom and an office. We'd like to have a bathroom for someone that might be sleeping in the bedroom. It would just be nice so they wouldn't have to travel downstairs. And again, the dormer does not change anything on the ground for the abutters, does not change the house's footprint. It's hardly noticeable, does not change the amount of sunlight nor detract from the look of the property. However, without the dormer, we would be missing an essential part of the house. So we feel that literal enforcement of the ordinance would cause a unnecessary hardship for us. And the one neighbor that faces said that he has no problem with it. He's on board. Okay, thank you.
All right. So does anyone have any questions of the applicant? All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you so much.
All righty, we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in favor of the application? Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition to the application? Anyone that wishes to speak to, for, or against the application? Anybody on Zoom? Nobody's on Zoom. All right, seeing nobody rise, I close the public hearing. And we'll open the discussion board, or if someone wants to make a motion, we'd certainly entertain that. Mr. Mantle.
I'll make a motion to grant the variances as presented.
Thank you, sir. Do we have a second somewhere?
No.
Ms. Eldridge, thank you. All right, your motion, sir.
Going through the criteria, 10.233.21 and 10.233.22, granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest. I do not believe it would be. Granting the variance would observe the spirit of the ordinance. Yes, it would. 10.233.23, granting the variance would do substantial justice. Yes, it would. Considering that this couple has already come before us, and we've already granted the variances, and we're just doing this do-over for the bump out for the bathroom, if I'm reading this all correctly. We've already granted a 1 foot side setback, and now we're doing 3, so it's an improvement. And we're doing the variance for working on a non-conforming structure, which is what we've already granted you before. 10.233.24, granting the variance would not diminish the values of the surrounding properties. No, because we're improving this one. And the last one, 10.233.25, little enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. A, the property has special conditions that distinguish it from the other properties in the area, and owing to these special conditions, a fair and substantial relationship does not exist between the general public purposes of the ordinance provisions and the specific application of that property, of that provision to that property, and the proposed use of reasonable one. I agree with all of that. This is a very small ask for an adjustment of the original building plans for the accommodation of a bathroom.
Thank you. And your second, Ms. Eldridge?
I agree and have nothing to add.
All right. All right. So any discussion? All right, we'll go to a vote. Start on the other end just for the heck of it. Mr. Mattson?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Ms. Eldridge?
Yes.
Mrs. Margison?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Mr. Mantle?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So you're approved, sir. Thank you. All right. So moving on to Part D, the request of Lucia Investments LLC, owner for the property located at 3020 Lafayette Road, where relief is needed to remove existing deck and construct new stairs to second floor behind the window and add new HVAC units, which requires the following. 1, a variance from section 10.521 to allow an 8-foot side yard where 10 is required. A variance from section 10.515.14 to allow an 8-foot setback for the HVAC units where 10 feet is required. Said property is located on Assessor Map 292, Lot 152, and lies within Mixed Residential Business, MRB, District LU-22-127. Who's here to speak to this application?
Rob Correo, Lucia Investments, 3020 Lafayette Road. I'll be precise and objective and right to the point because we have two of them. With the staircase, the variance, as you noted, is needed because it's 8 feet 2 inches, where I need 10. So right now, currently, where the structure is at 3020, I'm sure you all saw it at Bursaw's. It used to be Bursaw's Pantry. It's staircase. There's a huge deck and a bridge. And the goal is to remove that. And if you see the structure now, 24, I believe, yeah. So we want to remove all of that. And then when we fast forward after we move the staircase, that will be siding and siding. The roof will be done, gutters, and that is Ocean right there. And then Lafayette is on the other side. You can see it from all the way around. The only abutter is right behind us where the staircase is going to be. And I did upload their letter. And I do have that letter as well because they don't oppose it because they don't want to look at that anymore. So in the back of the building where the staircase would go, where I'm proposing that we put it where it was at one time, there's a picture of, I believe it's 31, no, 32, sorry. I apologize. So right there is where the staircase would actually end on the side of the building in the corner. And then we would build the walkway to the parking lot. So it would come down, there wouldn't be a deck. We're proposing a landing. It would come off the entry. Right now there's a window there, and you can already see that, there's a patio ledger already there where it was at one time. So we're going to build 4 feet by 5 feet when you come off the entry, come down. You need one more landing just to break up the steps, so that way we can be in code. I do have a design that was created. I just didn't have time to get it in. I only had, I believe it was 6 hours when I was told I needed a variance, so I rushed as fast as I could so I can get into this meeting for Peter. So my 12-year-old, it looks like, drew that, but it was me. So the steps will be 4 feet wide by 5 feet deep. The door will be a 36-inch entrance, just so if a tenant does go in there, they can bring their stuff in and out. I wanted 4 by 5, so no one puts a table there or a deck, like on a deck. It is just a landing. I am going to use higher end material. I'm going to do that. I do that on all my properties. And then Green and Company, who's behind us, the abutter, took the color that I usually use on all my showrooms and my buildings, midnight blue, so I agree with them that I wouldn't do that. I'm going to go with dark gray. So the decking is going to be gray, Trex, and we're going to use vinyl. There's already a 6-foot fence already that they already installed there as well. So, and there's a view that we took a picture of the side of their building. I believe it's coming up. Is it that? Yeah. No, that's the decking. Sorry, because
the
I
fence?
resubmitted,
This
so I
one?
forget my numbers here. Yeah, that's it right there. You were just there. Yep. So that's actually what you see is the side of the building from the abutter. They love the idea where the steps are going, because right now you could see when you're driving into that complex, you could see that, whatever that is, the tree house that was built on the side of that building. So to answer the questions, if I can objectively, first of all, I appreciate the opportunity to be in front of you guys. It's my first building in Portsmouth, but the staircase, I'm asking to move it to the back. I'm going to remove this. There won't be two entrances. There'll only be the one from the back down. It'll add value, and it's in the public's best interest, served with relocating the staircase. Multiple reasons. One, visually, it's just more appealing. It also will add value to the neighborhood because obviously it's going to be more consistent with what's going on around it. Also, it's a safer entrance to the second floor. Currently, no matter what, I have to tear down that staircase. There's not only notches and splits, but two of the posts don't even meet the ground. So actually, when you're walking up the steps is the only time it hits the ground, the posts. So we have pictures of that there, number 25, I believe. No, right above it. Yeah, it's right there. So we added that just because I had people going upstairs, and I just had to add something under that, like blocking, but that didn't even touch the ground. So it's safer. It won't be contrary to the public interest. I'm relocating the staircase. It's going to add value. It will not be contrary to the public interest because it's not safe currently, and it's going to be safe. Aside from being unsafe, the public is looking at a deck on the side of the building. It also won't be safe for future use if I keep it on the side of the building because it's right in the parking lot. I'm going to have to add steel beams, something, or cement barrier, so when the cars come parking into the parking lot, I don't want them driving into the staircase. It's most aesthetically pleasing and easier. The spirit of the ordinance will be observed because it will not threaten the health, safety, and health of the general public. On the contrary, it's going to enhance the safety and best interest of the public. Aesthetically, obviously, the property will be enhanced. It's the first step of many things. I can't do anything else until I do the stairs. The new stairs will have two landings. Substantial justice will be done. There's no gain to the public to deny the variance. It would create a hardship for me because I would have to redo something on the side, and I'm going to have to build a bigger structure than that because I'm going to have to come around twice just to make sure I don't get into the parking lot so I can have the 15 spaces still. The current location's unsafe. I think the values of surrounding properties will not be diminished. I believe this property has been an eyesore for a while. That's the reason why I bought it, and that's the kind of properties I look for. I think that it'll be enhanced. The values will also increase after I finish. And aesthetically, it's one of the reasons, and also just it's more appealing. It'll add more curb appeal. Denying the variance for the steps will create undue hardship as the cost to build a new structure where the current is will probably triple, and it won't look good. It'll be huge. So that's all I have for the staircase. Is that how it works? And then we go into the condenser, or you want me to go right into the condenser?
Go right into the condenser.
You want me to? Sure. Questions for the staircase?
I've got a question about purpose. And are you repurposing the building? It used to be a little convenience store.
Yeah.
And it was never super busy or anything. But now it's got this gigantic residential-looking complex next door to it.
Yeah.
And,
So it's a mixed use. So the occupancy, the last meeting I was awarded, so we're going to put a cabinet, a kitchen and bath showroom downstairs. I work with a lot of developers, so I have multiple showrooms, own all the real estate, and I warehouse cabinets at warehousing because I buy from manufacturers direct. So this will have kitchen and bath, and I work with multiple developers that are starting to build in the area in southern Maine.
But it's
So-
not residential, it's,
No, it's commercial. Yeah, but upstairs is going to be a three-bedroom apartment.
okay.
Yeah, you missed that meeting.
Yeah. So I am renovating upstairs, and I'm going to make the staircase upstairs. I don't own any residential. All my properties are commercial outside of the showroom too. So I'm not sold on, I might keep it empty for a while, but that's what it's going to be.
Could be an employee.
Yeah, it could, no, that might not work out. So, yeah, so with the condenser, I need a variance because it's 8 feet 2 inches. And to the fence, it's actually 9 feet 7 inches, but it's 8 feet 2 inches to the lot line. And I'm replacing 2 condensers. Right now, the systems do not work in the building at all. The condenser, one of them does work, but it's really, I'm replacing both of them just because I'm renewing them anyways. And they're going to be located where they're at right now. So I'm going to replace what's there with new systems, all high efficiency. I'm not even putting water tanks downstairs. I'm replacing because they have both units are actually tied into one water tank when the other one went. Instead of buying another one, they tied it into 2. I'm putting on-demand systems, so I don't have to worry about it when I'm not around. And then the 2 condensers that are going to go outside are Goodman, high efficiency, probably a little more than I need for the unit, but they're quieter, so they're not going to turn on as often. Again, I ran this all by the abutter who wrote me a letter. They're all for it. And they're just going to be right there. One of them's going to be underneath by the stairs, on the other side of the stairs, where it's at right now. So they're just being replaced. So the criteria, really quickly, it's objectively, it's just going to replace what's there right now. It's going in the same location. It is going to add value again because the other ones that are there, one of them, there's no way that it wasn't noisy, and one of them never worked. Aesthetically, they're both going to match, and they're going to go on the side of the building. You won't even see it from Lafayette because you got a fence there and there's bushes, and you're not going to see it from Ocean because it's in the back of the building. It won't be contrary to the public interest. And replacing the variance will not be contrary to the public interest because I'm just replacing the condensers and not relocating them. They're going to be in the same area. They're going to be against the building. It's going to be hidden in the back. You won't see it on the other side. My abutter won't see it because they have a fence and it's below the fence line. And you won't see it from Lafayette because of the bushes. You won't see it from Ocean. The spirit of the ordinance will be observed because it's not threatening the health, safety, and health of the general public. If anything, I need heat and AC in the summer. It's just going to be part of the whole mechanics being replaced 100%. Substantial justice will be done. There's no gain to the public to deny the variance. And it would create hardship because I need, obviously, heat, HVAC in the unit. The values of surrounding properties will not be diminished. Values will not diminish. Rather, it'll increase because it's, again, going to enhance the quality of the area and the home and the building. unnecessary hardship. It would add hardship because I need to heat the place and also putting AC. So that's all I have for the condenser as well. Any questions?
Questions from the board anywhere? All right, thank you, sir.
All right, thank you.
All right, so we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in favor of this application? Is there anyone who wishes to speak in opposition to this application?
Nobody here but his chickens.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak to, for, or against this application? Seeing no one rise, I close the public hearing. So board discussion, or someone wants to make a motion one way or the other, we'd appreciate that.
Yes,
Ms.
I'm doing
Eldridge.
it. I move to approve this application, if there's a second.
All right, is there a second? Mr. McDonald?
Second.
All right, we're on.
What's being asked here is really very simple, I think. They're not asking very much, despite that this building has been before us a dozen times for different requests. A dozen times.
Just last month.
Yes.
Well, you know, 12 times the charm, as they say.
Lucky 13.
Granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest, nor would granting the variance would observe the spirit of the ordinance. There needs to be a staircase. He has limited places where you can put this staircase, and I think that having it will not, there's no neighbor to crowd, it's not in a small space, it's a small change to a building that needs upgrading. Granting the variance would do substantial justice. There is no harm to any neighbor, while there is a benefit to our applicant. Certainly, number 4, granting the variance would not diminish the values of surrounding properties. We're getting a new staircase instead of a broken staircase, and we're getting new HVAC units instead of one that doesn't work and one that's very noisy. So I think that this is an improvement of the property. The special condition is that there's really no other place for the applicant to put these things without making them unusable. Either they're infringing on parking spots or they're not working with the interior of the building. Those are considerations that he needs to have. And not allowing this would not benefit anybody else in the neighborhood. So for those reasons, I would like to move we approve this application.
All right, your second.
Did I leave things out?
I agree entirely with what you've just said. The building has been one that I've been watching since 1990.
Why?
Because it's a space that used to be a weed lot, and now it's something different. And this building is like the kid who can't stay out of jail. Keeps coming back here.
That's what happens
So
to
maybe
convenience.
this time.
That's what happens to convenience stores.
Well, it's
And
not
Getty
gonna-
stations.
It's not going to be a convenience store anymore, thank goodness. So it will be something that's good for the community, good for the owner, good for it's a win-win, so I like it.
All right, thank you. So if there's no further discussion, we'll move to a vote. Mr. Mantle?
Yes.
Mr. McDonald?
Yes.
Ms. Margison?
Yes.
Ms. Eldridge?
Yes.
Mr. Rossi?
Yes.
Mr. Mattson?
Yes.
Chair also votes yes. You are approved, sir.
Thank you so much. Have a nice night.
You
too.
too. Thank you.
See you next month.
So moving on to number F,
And before slap happy board.
the request of Jessica Kaiser and Andrew McMahon, owners, for property located at 232 Wybird Street, whereas relief is needed for the demolition of existing structures and construction of a new dwelling with an attached garage, which requires the following. Number 1, a variance from section 10.521 to allow 66.5 feet of frontage where 100 feet is required, a 7-foot right side yard where 10 feet is required, and C, a 12-foot front yard where 15 feet is required. Said property is located on Assessor Map 149, Lot 14, and lies within the General Residence A, GRA District, LU-22-198. Who is here to speak to this application?
Good evening. My name is Tom Emerson. I'm the architect for the project. Jessica Kaiser, one of the owners, is with me here this evening. In light of the hour, I'll try to be as quick as possible.
Thank you.
You guys are probably familiar with this. This same property was before you earlier this year with the previous owner who was flipping the project. Then Jessica and her husband bought the property. The Jessica and her husband are moving to the property with their family. They currently live on Spring Street. They have 3 small children. This will be continue to be a single-family home. The plan is to demolish the existing buildings and build this new single-family home, one that fits into the neighborhood and diminishes the existing context, diminishes the existing nonconformance. I guess the elephant in the room is why demolish the building. Primarily, it's got hazardous materials. The report was not available at the time we made the application, but the building does have significant asbestos, and the bathroom flooring, pipe insulation, the paneling, mastic, and all of the exterior siding. The other reason is that the current configuration in the previously approved applications simply don't work for a young family. If you look at in the application, we show previously approved plan. You can't stand or sit in a public area of the house and look out at children playing in the backyard. That just doesn't work for a young family. Additionally, we have the opportunity by moving the garage forward to eliminate the vehicular pedestrian intersection. Currently, if you want to get to the backyard from the house, you have to cross the driveway, which bisects the path to the backyard. And then also, if we move the garage forward, they won't have to back out into Wybert Street as you currently have to do. I guess the second thing is, why can't we simply conform if we're demolishing all the existing buildings? Primarily, that's because the site is only 66.75 feet wide in a 100-foot zone. That leaves you a little over 46 feet to put everything in. If you are to meet the 2 side yard setbacks, where normally you'd have 80 feet. If there was 80 feet, we wouldn't be here. We'd be able to fit the garage, side access the garage so that people can turn around and leave, and not have, 2 bays worth of garage facing the street with the wide curb cut. And there's a place, not to cast aspersions, but there's a place about a block away on Hawthorne where that happened, and it changes the nature of the block. Walking down the sidewalk, it changes the massing, it changes the way you feel when you walk down the street, and you'd rather not do that to Wybert. Given the hour, the application addresses all of the criteria. It also addresses the variances that we're asking for. The variance to have the narrower lot is simply because by taking out the houses and the house in the garage, we have a non-conforming lot. I can go through all the rest of those if you'd like me to, but we could stand with what we've written so far, and you could ask questions if you had them.
Maybe just to keep the paperwork police and the powers that be happy, if you could do that, that'd be great.
All right.
Thank you.
The variance will not be contrary to the public interest because the use, size, shape, and dimensions of the proposed home are in keeping with the area. The other requirements, except lot size, will be met, and the property will be less non-conforming than the existing conditions. The proposal reduces the intensity of vehicular use on the property, as well as the amount of lot given over to vehicular use. There will be no adverse impacts on relative to lighting, noise, vibration, runoff, or flooding. Impacts on the neighbor to the right and the sidewalk will be improved. The visual environment will be preserved by increased setbacks and enhanced by the aesthetic design. The property is not in the historic district, but is in a distinctive location. Care has been taken in the design of the home that fits in, and the home will not adversely affect any kinds of natural resources. That kind of addresses, not being adverse to the public interest. Granting the variance will not diminish the surrounding property values of a brand-new home larger than the existing one, and without hazardous materials, can't help but improve the value. The denial of the variance results in an unnecessary hardship. The special conditions that distinguish the property from the others in the area is that the lot, even though it exceeds the minimum lot size, is narrow. The lot and the house existed before the advent of zoning. No fair and substantial relationship exists between the general public purposes of the ordinance and the specific application in this instance. The purpose of the side yard setbacks is to maintain space and light and air and all that kind of thing. We're just doing a little bit more of that than the existing condition. The proposed use is reasonable. The proposal maintains single-family residential use of the property, which is permitted in the GRA zone. And substantial justice will be done by the granting of the variance. Because the setbacks from the neighbor on the right side and from the sidewalk of the front will be increased, the improvements to the existing conditions include the removal of hazardous materials, primarily asbestos, but although there is some lead paint from the site, and the minor variance request will have no negative effect upon the general public. However, denial of the minor variance will harm the applicant by creating a less safe vehicular exit from the property, and would require that garage doors could face the street, which will be adverse to the public interest in a visual way. And for those reasons, we respectfully request that the Board of Adjustment grant the requested variances.
All right, thank you. Does anyone have any questions for the applicant? All right, thank you, sir. All righty, so is there anyone here that wishes to speak in favor of the application? Anyone here that wishes to speak in opposition to the application? Is there anyone here that wishes to speak to, for, or against the application? Still no Zoomers, Mr. Stith. All right. Seeing none rise, I close the public hearing. All right.
I move to approve the variance as submitted.
All right.
Second.
All right. So your motion, Mr. Rossi.
The variance is not contrary to the public interest, and the spirit of the ordinance is observed. It will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood in a negative way. As a matter of fact, it's a substantial improvement over the existing structures and will be more in keeping with the trend in the neighborhood, which is really toward improving the structures around it. Substantial justice is done because by improving the property, they are not creating any negative impact to the general public, and therefore there is no harm to the public that would outweigh the harm to the applicant if we were to deny this application. The surrounding properties will not be diminished because of, again, the overarching fact that this is a substantial improvement to the appearance and structures that are located on the property, and literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. There is a special condition for the property, and that is that it is inherently non-compliant due to the 66.5-foot frontage, and that forces all of the other variances that are required in order to accomplish this project.
All right, thank you. And your second?
I would agree. All the proposed are all less non-conforming than current conditions, so I support the motion.
All right, thank you. Is there any discussion?
And I will say that I will support the motion. It does bring it, it does make it less non-conforming. I think it's a shame to lose this structure. I understand the asbestos and the lead paint. There are usually ways to remediate that, but I do think it's a shame to lose the structure, but the purview of this board is the zoning, and it is less non-conforming.
All right, thank you. All right, no further discussion. We'll move to a vote. Mr. Mannell,
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
My pen quit writing. Ms. Margison,
Yes.
Ms. Eldridge,
Yes.
Mr. Rossi.
Yes.
Mr. Mattson.
Yes.
Chair votes yes, and you are approved, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Right, and item G. Sir. Item G, the request of Thomas M. Hammer, Revocable Trust of 2015 owner for property located at 219 Sagamore Avenue, whereas relief is needed to add an additional dormer to a previously approved garage, this must be dormer night, which requires the following: a variance from section 10.573.20 to allow a 9-foot rear yard where 15 is required for the dormer, a variance from section 10.321 to allow a non-conforming building or structure to be extended, reconstructed, or enlarged without conforming to the requirements of the ordinance. Said property is located on Assessor Map 221, Lot 19, and lies within the General Residence A District, LU-22186. Who is here to speak to this application?
Hi, I'm the architect for the project, Tony Fallon Architecture. And this is a little bit similar to three topics ago where you had a variance that was approved and there's a slight change. In this case, the approval was for a garage reconstruction. The existing garage is rotted, in very poor shape. And the proposal and what was approved the last time was to create a new garage in much better shape that is further from the sidelines than the current one is and covers less lot area. The slight change is, at first they had a one shed dormer proposed, and this one just has a second shed dormer. So, I'm not familiar with this, but you can just see, the two shed dormers in that proposal that's right there. And if you'd like, what I'd suggest, I can just run through what the applicant had for the 5 conditions.
That's fine.
Mm-hmm.
And just kind of a fun note, I've really enjoyed over the last couple of years the picture of Cava Restaurant. I designed that building and had a lot of fun in these halls getting that approved. So, and it was so cool to come in here and see that a couple of years ago for the first time. Okay.
Were we here for that?
I'm not sure when.
It was lively. It was very lively.
It seems like we were here for that.
Carry on.
The variance will not be contrary to the public interest. Replacing a collapsing/rotted structure will serve the public interest and provide a safe, stable structure with a greater visual appeal. The addition of the dormer will balance the structure and add 52 square feet to the second floor. The spirit of the ordinance will be observed, item 2, or condition 2, I guess. The existing property is currently non-conforming with a 2-car garage that is 1 foot from the property line, creating a greater distance from both the rear and side lot line is in line with the spirit of the ordinance. We're also reducing the building coverage, increasing open space, again with the spirit of the ordinance. Condition 3, substantial justice will be done. Allowing this variance request will create a safer environment for the community, and there's no harm to any of our abutters. It will also allow us to continue the use of the property as intended. Condition 4, the values of the surrounding properties will not be diminished. The removal and the reconstruction of the 2-car garage will improve the appearance of the structure. I guarantee you that. And will not diminish the value of any abutter's property. Condition 5, little enforcement of the provisions of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. The purpose of this project is to be able to utilize the existing 2-car garage for its intended use. Rebuilding the structure is necessary for this use. As previously mentioned, this is a non-conforming lot, and a literal enforcement would result in a hardship. So, any questions?
I do have one question.
Sure.
How does the addition of this dormer change the rear yard setback from the existing 1 foot to the proposed 9 feet.
No,
I don't quite get
the dormer changes, that's the delta between the old rotting garage and the proposed garage. So that speaks to what
So
you've
this
already
has
approved.
that's more like what was previously approved.
Correct, exactly.
And so the dormer, there's no additional variance requested.
It's just
or
because
there-
it's the three-dimensional aspect of it. It's nothing, there's nothing in the footprint that's changing.
See, okay. Thank you.
Sure.
You're welcome. All right, thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chief.
All right, so we'll open the public hearing. Is there anyone here that wishes to speak in favor of the application? Anyone that wishes to speak in opposition to the application?
Makes me want to run down there and raise my hand.
Please don't. Anyone that wishes to speak to, for, or against the application? Seeing no one rise, I close the public hearing. And discussion, or if someone wants to make the motion, we're open to that.
I'm done motioning.
Oh, gee, sorry. Mr. Mattson, would you like to make your first motion?
This would be an easy one.
No, I'm kidding. I don't make time on this, but.
Oh, God.
All right.
All right, I move that we.
I'll do it.
Oh, good, thank you, thank you.
I was just going to do it.
Mr. Mann.
Make a motion to accept the variances, grant the variances as presented.
Thank you. And a second somewhere?
I'll second. Okay.
Thank you,
There
Ms.
you
Elder.
go.
All right, Mr. Mantle, your motion, please.
Let me get my screens back up. We've already seen this. This is more of an administrative variance because we've already approved it, and they're just adding a second dormer to the garage. Criteria 10.233.21 and 10.233.22. Granting the variance would not be contrary to the public interest, and granting the variance would observe the spirit of the ordinance. The finding is yes for both of those. 10.233.23, granting the variance would do substantial justice. Yes, it would. Needs it. Granting 233.24, granting the variance would not diminish the value of the surrounding properties. No, it would not. It would actually improve them. And lastly, 10.233.25, literal enforcement of the provisions of this ordinance would result in unnecessary hardship. The property has special conditions that distinguish it from this other properties in the area, and owing to these special conditions, a fair and substantial relationship does not exist between the general public purposes of the ordinance provisions and the specific application of that provision up to the property, and the proposed use is reasonable use. Yes, it is. And just like the previous application, the lot becomes less non-conforming. And for those, I will make the motion.
Thank you. Ms. Eldridge, your second, please.
I have nothing to add.
All right, thank you. So, any discussion?
No, dear.
No discussion. Okay, we'll go to the vote. So, Mr. Mantle.
Yes.
Mr. McDonald.
Yes.
Mrs. Margison.
Yes.
Ms. Eldridge.
Yes.
Mr. Rossi.
Yes.
Mr. Mattson.
Yes.
Chair also votes yes. You are approved, sir. Thank you.
Thanks for hanging in there.
I make a motion to adjourn.
Well, we have other business.
Oh, this was like
I don't
trial
know
by
what it is, but
ordeal.
it says other business.
Jeff make that motion.
I make a motion to bring in a cot.
So apparently we have no other motion, so a motion to adjourn.
Oh, we have no other business?
No.
It's
Just adjourning.
It's just
Oh.
on here.
Okay, good.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
We're adjourned. Thank you.
Yes, we are. We're going to be back here on
next-
Tuesday.
Yeah, that's right.
How do we?
Tuesday.